First Blood.
Use the portal goal to quickly reposition, but Razia finds ahead of Diamond. And here, that breaks through all of the players of Evo straight into the back lines of Virtus Pro. Then Rebel Rush getting them close enough, but PE!
So for the team esports fan, you guys can loudly shout out that our team is the best.
Kontol jatuh lagi.
Get ready for the next evolution of battle. This is Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall Battle Royale mode. This season, it's all about strategy, adaptation, and domination. Let's break it down. Tournament rules. Each player must equip a unique active skill. No duplicates allowed. And the map pool? 6 battlegrounds in the knockout stage. Teams battle across 6 matches, each on a different map, randomly selected from the pool, with no repeats. But in the grand finals, it's a whole new level. Up to 10 games will be played for games 1 to 6. Maps are randomly chosen. No repeats. From game 7 onward, the map pool resets and is randomly reshuffled again. What's at stake? A total prize pool of $300,000. Champion, $100,000. Second place, $40,000. Third and fourth, $20,000 each. Final MVP, $4,000. And every day, Team of the Day earns $250. The journey begins August 15th. The knockout stage runs for 6 weeks. Week 1 to 2, 18 teams, 3 groups, 12 matches each. Each day, matches are played between 2 groups, A versus B, B versus C, A versus C. After 36 total matches, teams are ranked 1 to 18. Week 3 to 5, the first place qualifier. Starting August 30th, top 12 teams battle it out. The winner of each day secures a grand final slot. And gradually, 13th to 17th ranked teams join the fray. That's 6 teams qualify. Week 6, last chance qualifier. 2-day matches on September 20th to 21st. 11 remaining teams and the 18th ranked team face off. Only 6 will survive. That gives us 12 teams for the ultimate showdown. Grand final, October 5th. Welcome to Champion Rush Mode. The rules? Get to 80 points first. Then, secure a booyah to take the crown. If no team gets a booyah after entering Champion Rush, the highest total points wins. The point system is simple. First place, 12 points. Second, 9. Third, 8. All the way down to 0 points for 11th and 12th. The battlefield is set. 12 teams, 1 final challenge. This is Champion Rush Mode. One strike can shift the game. One win can spark the rise. This is Free Fire World Series Battle Royale Mode.
Garena.
Use the portal go to quickly reposition, but Razia finds the head of Diamond. And here that breaks through all of the players of Evo straight into the back lines of Virtus Pro. Then Rebel Rush getting them close enough, but PE!
So for the Peak Esports fan, you guys can loudly shout out that our team is the best.
Kontol jatuh lagi.
Get ready for the next evolution of battle. This is Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall Battle Royale mode. This season, it's all about strategy, adaptation, and domination. Let's break it down. Tournament rules. Each player must equip a unique active skill. No duplicates allowed. And the map pool? 6 battlegrounds in the knockout stage. Teams battle across 6 matches, each on a different map, randomly selected from the pool, with no repeats. But in the grand finals, it's a whole new level. Up to 10 games will be played for games 1 to 6. Maps are randomly chosen. No repeats. From game 7 onward, the map pool resets and is randomly reshuffled again. What's at stake? A total prize pool of $300,000. Champion, $100,000. Second place, $40,000. Third and fourth, $20,000 each. Final MVP, $4,000. And every day, Team of the Day earns $250. The journey begins August 15th. The knockout stage runs for 6 weeks. Week 1 to 2, 18 teams, 3 groups, 12 matches each. Each day, matches are played between 2 groups, A versus B, B versus C, A versus C. After 36 total matches, teams are ranked 1 to 18. Week 3 to 5, the first place qualifier. Starting August 30th, top 12 teams battle it out. The winner of each day secures a grand final slot. And gradually, 13th to 17th ranked teams join the fray. That's 6 teams qualify. Week 6, last chance qualifier. 2-day matches on September 20th to 21st. 11 remaining teams and the 18th ranked team face off. Only 6 will survive. That gives us 12 teams for the ultimate showdown. Grand final, October 5th. Welcome to Champion Rush mode. The rules? Get to 80 points first. Then, secure a booyah to take the crown. If no team gets a booyah after entering Champion Rush, the highest total points wins. The point system is simple. First place, 12 points. Second, 9. third, 8. All the way down to 0 points for 11th and 12. The battlefield is set. 12 teams, one final challenge. This is Champion Rush mode. One strike can shift the game. One win can spark the rise. This is Free Fire World Series Battle Royale mode.
Garena. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, and this is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall 2025 Battle Royale. And this is the final day of the knockout stage, and with 12 teams, 6 more matches, the final goal is very near. And when everything is clear, we will find out who will be the final 6 who will join those already waiting. On the caster says, I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, joined by the one and only Gideon Q, and this is the final push for the knockout stage.
It's good to be back and also to watch the, well, technically almost the last leg of this race, because again, grand final slots are on the line for everybody out there, and only the top 6 can make it through. Unless they trust their energy, Red Bull, Zinc, and as well as Vitamin from Thailand might just be the difference maker in this game. With its mild taste and keeping you highly focused to help you seize every opportunity to achieve that stylish booyah, our teams are going to do everything possible to make it into that top 6, and let me tell you, it's starting to look a lot closer because it's harder to predict who's going to make it through.
Definitely, I mean, it's very close even for those in the first spot after yesterday's game onto the rest of the match, or the rest of the teams. But I'm really looking forward to the teams that will be performing, and right now we have our predictions as well. Now, one thing I want to point out is Vitality, though they didn't perform quite well in the first few matches, but they showed up in the final, and I think that's something that the coach and the team has something in store for today. Now, Chodak as well as Virtus Pro didn't perform that much, but I'm hoping that we will see better performance this time around, because everything is on the line right now.
No, I totally have to agree with you. I think that BTR definitely had a couple of run-of-the-mills that honestly look pretty good to secure them a spot, but I mean, it really just depends on the day. Every day is going to be a little bit different. Every day, we've even seen teams really struggle and pull themselves back to get pretty close, Flash being one of them, and I think that it's just right now, every team is looking to get that little extra edge in the matchups, because so many times in this tournament format of the knockout stage, we've seen teams kind of like chill out or perform consistently well, but now that we are on the last leg, it's their last chance, right, for LCQ. If they want to qualify, they've got to put everything on the table.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, everything is on the table, and they can flip it by the end of this day in the knockout stage, and is very close. So this is the 21st. If you look at the bottom of the screen right now, this is the final day of the knockout stage. But before we go anywhere else, let's go to the tiebreaker rules. It has worked so many months and times already. We go in for the number of booyahs if in case there's any tie, and then if in case that doesn't solve it, total elimination, and the final rank or the final round survival rank would be our final decider. So there's something that we've seen in the early parts of knockout stage between 2 teams and those proceeding into the grand finals, and I'm loving that this definitely worked for the team. And hopefully one unique active skill, once it has been introduced, it was scrappy, but now I'm seeing so much potential from everyone who's done experimenting and putting it into play.
Yep, really trying to apply everything they've learned, not only from just Clash Squad, which we've seen a couple of like turnovers for a few teams in the earlier seasons, but now this particular fall side of FFWS Southeast Asia, I think that everybody's got a rough idea on what is the best to run. Now keep in mind that the grand final format is going to be a champion rush. Teams with 80+ points achieve the champion rush position. Once champion rush team has achieved another booyah after that, they will be crowned the champion. Now, in terms of tiebreaker rules, if no team gets a booyah in Champion Rush by Game 10, we will go with the overall standings.
Yeah, now we are yet to see who's going to perform out of the 12 teams that we have right now. So the list doesn't change from yesterday. It's still the same, but here's one thing I would say. Heavy has done some heavy lifting, and hopefully they're not tired after what they've done yesterday, because they played third by the end of the day, and it's Evos who managed to overtake and take the #1 spot. Even RRQ, without getting any booyah, just consistency overall, placed them on the 2nd spot. And one thing that I mentioned earlier is for Bigatron by Vitality. I mean, they were at the bottom, like the 12th spot, tied with Expand, and with just one game, they catapulted themselves on 7th.
and this could be applied to everybody, right? Anybody could look to play consistent to maintain that top 6 position, but some big games definitely helps you push up into the upper echelon, into that safety bracket. And I think I don't really know how today's going to play out, right? We've seen teams really struggle once the pressure starts to build up, while others are steeled by the fire.
Yeah, I mean, one team that also struggled from yesterday but still managed to get through the top 6 is Magna Esports. There's a lot of potential from all the position that they were taking, but they're not grabbing as much elimination as expected. But at least they're getting in the final circle. That's the first step when going in the Battle Royale scene, because the dynamics is you might not be given an opportunity to get elimination. At least you put yourself in the final circle, and then that's where you start working. So hopefully not only Magna Esports but other teams like Todak, as we pointed out on our prediction, shows up that way, because even for Todak, we've seen it perform, and still the question remains, if it's the last day, can they bring back that rise that they showed from the early parts of knockout stage?
I love that you brought that up, right? Because I feel like if we're talking about MEC or even like Todak, one of the few teams that was hoping to be in their position would have been Contender. I really thought that they would have like a decent amount to kind of shake things up amongst the lower bracket people before we get into our top 6. But so far, MEC looks to be that team to really shake things up. And I think that now we're looking at teams to try and qualify into the top 6. The point totals are getting really, really close to each other. But worse yet, we've seen the inconsistencies with teams on certain maps. So there is a bit of fluctuation between each of these rotations, and I hope that at least for those who have been playing throughout a majority of the tournament and not achieving that top spot to get into the grand finals have taken away some important lessons about final zones.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is one thing that we've seen recently, especially with a random map for each day. Because back then, we start off with the usual Bermuda, Purgatory, and then Kalahari, or a switch of Alpine and Kalahari, and everyone is just taking advantage of that trajectory in terms of map after map. But now that we have it randomized, they need to be proficient on every map. They need to be like ready for that switch if in case, because if it's similar to what we've seen in RRQ from the past, and I guess for the recent days, Kalahari is where they really pop off. But do you want to wait to get to Kalahari before you do that or make any strides for the top spot? Or should you change your pace? Should you change or make those adjustments all throughout so that for each map you have a fighting chance? But speaking of fighting chance, we did mention that BTR, team stats, 22 elimination, almost 20k in the damage, and 27 assists. I'm loving what the final match from yesterday's version of BTR is, and hopefully they can show it from beginning to the end up until this or for this day.
Yep, I think that consistency is going to be so important, because now it's not just about the one team who moves on to the next stage. It's 6 teams who are going to be looking for their final spots. And obviously there's a little bit of tension amongst everybody else, especially amongst the veterans. For any intents and purposes, anything can happen in this game. A single team comes in for a third and it could ruin your momentum throughout the next series. So I think right now I'm looking at RRQ because they're one of the few teams that, yes, they do hit pretty consistently, and they're second in terms of eliminations, but that's not being reflected here in the last chance qualifiers. And I think that if RRQ are looking just to play for that final circle, that might not be enough. They have to take a more elimination-oriented approach, just to buffer, at least for the first 3 maps, before they consider looking for big booyahs.
Definitely agree with that. I mean, RRQ, the fire that Dutch has brought in from the other matches, from the other weeks of knockout stage, I'm just waiting for that to happen. But right now, we are going to the game schedule for today. Well, we start off with Bermuda. I was talking about this earlier. Pretty much is how it is in the past, though. Bermuda, Kalahari, Alpine, Solara in the middle, Purgatory, and then we ended in Nexterra. So this is something that some teams really would love to see, because the OG map would give them a little bit more of opening, or a warm-up, I would say, more confident to play this map. But we've seen from the past as well, every time we play in Bermuda for that game number 1, I'm not saying it's slow, that there's no engagement. It just happened to be, past the 10-minute mark, we still have what, 11 or 10 teams fighting, and it becomes chaotic towards the end. So I know it's exciting for our part, but it's very crucial for the team to survive. And how can you survive when there's a lot of crosshairs that might be targeting you?
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. I completely agree with that. It's just one of the few things, one of the few adjustments that actually is necessary here, especially in professional play. It's really difficult to deal with, but for now, let's get the warm-ups out of the way. Let's see which teams are going to build back up in terms of momentum, because a lot of devastation happened in the previous days. Today's where it changes here on Bermuda.
Oh, let's see though what change teams will be bringing in as a flight path would be fair. And I'm not complaining anymore about the flight path. I've done my piece with a flight path from yesterday, and I'm just happy to see that everyone has a fair and fighting chance as well. But I don't know about Purgatory later on. But as you can see right now, we don't have like not so much of a hot drop, but a potential engagement between Koja and some of the players of GOW in Katulistiwa. So Koja is just finding an opening for the rest of the teams that will be coming in from Observatory as they go in. But in the middle part of the map, I'm seeing a little bit of build-up of the teams as well dropping in.
It's a pretty decent spread overall. I think most people are going to be able to find their spots pretty comfortably. We'll see where the next ring is going to lie, just to give us a rough idea of where people should be. But amongst the Malaysians, right, the peak is highly contested. Expand, Todak, even MEC, all involved in this one spot. I'm not sure whether Todak hot dropped or whether they started scouting out, but now Noki getting involved. Even MEC taking out Noki as well. Fast trades as both squads are trying to hold off their own on each cornered side, but Expand is getting a little bit more this time as they're already securing their eliminations and downs alongside it. Expand walk away with a minimal amount of casualties and a quick revive on Vaults.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Expand still full squad comparing to Magna Esports, who, yes, they have a few more elimination, but not so much to keep them afloat if in case some of the players, or June specifically, will be taken out, because it would mean a loss of resources as well as time for them in looting up, and also some pressure in bringing them back later on. But going to BTR right now, and this was just a preview earlier when Koja was in the mix, but going into Demon as well as a follow onto Hans that he might not be able to nail, but let's see if he can go in for the jump. A double for Koja, and he is starting it off how they ended the game from yesterday.
It still seems like he's got gasoline in the tank from yesterday. He's not pumping back up just yet. He just wants to make sure that he empties out the tank here and now. And this is great for BTR, right? 2 eliminations down on the board. We're still keeping that scoreboard up for you guys just to make sure, because I'm curious. Because now Flash is getting involved, right? I did see him get involved in the 3-way Malaysian fight, but now, with expanded full mass, they've already found Shin, taken out ABCD, as the peak continues to be contested. They need to secure this now, because Luffy just got shot in the back by a diamond. And fortunately for Magna, they're going to be taken out here. Flash in a bit of a pickle, but VP coming in like a tidal wave from the north side of the peak.
Oh, let's see though. I mean, VP has done this so many times, but in most cases, they just lose a few players and then pull away. But Expand right now seems a little bit stronger, so there's little no chance really for a lot of teams to underestimate them, because if in case they are really hungry to get the top 12, there's a lot of work that needs to be done, because currently they're in the bottom of the leaderboard. So they would be more cautious, but also there's a little aggression, and Luki right now starts that off, but they managed to lose vaults, but oh, the payback! The payback is real from Expand right now. It seems like Virtus Pro would be eliminated, and they're the ones who knock on this door.
Really well played by Expand this time. Not only did they have like a lot of momentum coming into this with early eliminations to kick things off right from the get-go, but the fact that Vault not only revived, was making a decision of whether to stick around and ended up baiting VP into a crossfire with Lucky and Luffy just chilling on the opposite side of the maze. But now, Flash wanting to get re-involved in this. They did lose the initial fight against Expand, but they want more. Zom takes out Vaults for now, but it's a 2v1 scenario for Luki. He doesn't have any backup on him because there's no line of sight. The opposite end finally getting locked down, hoping that Flash actually wants to exit the compound itself to fall into the crosshairs. But Todak, we cut back to them, and unfortunately they're dealing with GOW, who I thought was taking too much damage from BTR, and they eliminate them as well.
Yeah, and they thought they were the ones, or that was BTR that challenged them earlier. But now, going back to Peak, we still have Expand in the mix, and Team Flash is a full squad once again. The pressure that has been put in onto Flash earlier didn't really matter that much. There was only 2 players from Team Flash and full squad from Expand, but they managed to eliminate 2 of them. And I love how they pull up that Steffi as well, and a little bit of glue wall so that they can revive and recover out of the damage they felt from Expand, and now they have 5 elimination on the board. Now we have 9 teams remaining at this point. Shin is on the hit list right now, so if either they will move, hopefully they move to a better location with a little bit much more cover. Otherwise, a lot of teams might be targeting him because he is on the map. But on RRQ side, they're going passive right now from Remnam Village onto Clock Tower. They didn't see anyone to go and deal with, but now going back to Team Flash, I believe this is the final member of Expand right now, and Luffy would be taken down, and Expand will be eliminated, and another team from Malaysia out from game number 1.
3 Malaysian squads already eliminated very early on, alongside with Virtus Pro from Thailand. Now, just leaving the Indonesians alongside with the Vietnamese to battle it out for the rest of this map. And so far, for RRQ, I'm surprised that they are not taking a more aggressive approach. I think that they are just really taking their time, making sure that they get some high tier loot as soon as possible, because the lineups that we've seen, and more importantly so, the way these teams are playing, are hyper aggressive, right? We've already lost 4 teams before the second ring even closes. Usually, we would expect at least maybe 1 or 2 squads or no squad eliminations, but heavily damaged teams running around. But this time, I don't think these teams are giving any chances. It's not about chasing them for points any longer. It's just to completely take them out of the picture.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I was just talking about that earlier, where in most of the time in Bermuda, especially in game 1, it's slow. 11 teams still remains at this point in time, but no one's going for that story anymore. Everyone wants to be in a hyper-aggressive, as you did mention, because they are farming for points. WAG right now, let's see if they can farm points from RQ out in the open. Glue Walls has been put up by RQ, but not by WAG, because they have that a little bit of elevation as well as a ridge to play with to cover themselves. But going back to Bima Sakti, or in GOW eliminated, Todak is now about to meet with BTR as well as Evo Zwine.
Pretty dangerous spot to be in for BTR. They're not 100% sure whether EVOS is going to start pushing them into the line of sight of GOW, who's currently just sitting underneath the UAV. But Bimasakti Strip is pretty interesting to play from, right? Because there's the northern and southern side of the town, and so far, BTR just controlling the southern entrance of it. From his angles, they can look up towards the hillside, and worse yet, now that we have the reveal of where that second ring is going to be, Bimasakti is actually a pretty hot spot, other than the clock tower, where we see WAG bailing out. Good call from them. RRQ, Tails just behind them. Heavy were the ones peppering them the entire time. That might force a collision.
Yeah, I mean, I guess WAG had a little bit of trauma from yesterday, because most of the time, once they get hit, everyone was just rushing against them. And now they want to go and play safe. And I don't know how would this affect their placement later on, but at least that survivability factor is on them. And currently on the 4th place, they would maintain, they keep themselves afloat and not really risking them being pushed out of the top 6. But Evo's Vine right now, in spite of being at the top, they are also being cautious because they don't want to lose that opportunity. Against BTR, that will be a tough contender because, as I mentioned earlier, there's a little bit of hype, unsuspected hype from yesterday that came from BTR. And if I remember the final table view of where the BTR was after or before that final game, it's just all smiles. Their coach just giving them all those motivation, and I guess it helped. And I guess with plenty of hours of rest before today's matches, they have plenty of talks, and more adjustment will be seen from the team right now.
Based on what we're seeing like a lot of skill, not only skill expression, but just the rough idea of how these teams mentally are feeling, because it's a lot of pressure coming into these games, right? You can only imagine that you can either be on two sides of the spectrum of being hyper aggressive, looking for early eliminations, or looking like EVOS and RRQ who don't mind not participating for the time being. It's more so to secure these points as soon as possible, and more importantly, both of these teams generally just struggle if they have to take a full reset in the middle of the game.
Hell, let's see though if there will be any engagement in a few seconds, because the Blues closing in and we're going into the third phase of the circle, and most of the time that's where everyone will be pushed in once the next phase shows up. So I guess RQ, even Contender and those in the surrounding will just be waiting. And as you can see, the position that RQ is taking is just towards the edge of the previous zone, so that no backstab will be happening. And as we wait for final few seconds before the blue finally close in and reveals the next phase, some of the teams are already moving in, like WAG, and perfect timing on the time turner as well, because it will not open a space for Evo Divine to put any damage on them, but they rush in the compound, Valiant dash, and let's see who goes down. Rasia goes down first. WAG Wrecking Crew is here, knocking the door of Evo's Divine, and as quickly as that, 3 players eliminated, only 1 remains from Evo's.
No, it's not over just yet. At this point, Heavy and as well as BTR Vitality have probably saw the shots going through, but we need to cut back over to Contender, who's waiting on the southern side of that clock tower. RRQ, the only defense to protect this hillside. Abe looking to take out Irab. Dutz has already knocked himself down, as per usual, down to the brand, but RRQ convincingly take out Contender in 8th spot, controlling the southern side of the territory. Now, as we see the teams slowly push up towards Bimasakti Strip, Heavy and as well as BTR have really good positions to start pushing WAG out of the zone entirely, assuming that the ring pulls down towards the southern side. We know that the eastern side is pretty much untouched, right? The peak's not going to be touched at all, however, it doesn't fall into the zone. And we want our RQ to start rotating towards the southern side, because if they do take that north side, it's going to be a long walk, and I'm pretty sure that BTR is going to spot them on their way up there.
Now, let's see though. I mean, they put up that UAV, not spotting anyone. So I guess that's a good plan for RQ to go into the right side. But as you did mention, they are going in the southern side of this map. Probably this is the time that they are farming for points. So imagine, like, if they spot anyone on peak, then probably that's where they would rotate, because it's a little bit too late in this game and they want, or they need those elimination. But right now, they're just staying in the edge, making sure that they are safe, and not so much of contention as well as where they are compared to the other parts of the map. In the northern part, wherein we saw earlier, there's a huge buildup of teams out there, like Evo Divine's Final Player, Aim God, as well as WAG, BTR, and Team Heavy, who I thought was moving up in Bimasakti, but the moment that that second circle, or that previous next circle shows up, they were just hanging in there. And this is the same gameplay that Heavy did in Purgatory. A little bit of slowdown, but they did grab that booyah from yesterday. So let's see if they can repeat it right now.
They're just putting themselves to... They're putting themselves in a position which allows opportunities for them to participate in fights, right? To still be part of this total scoreboard. Because unfortunately, they can't go the RRQ route where they can just chill out and wait, because they desperately need these points to start catching back up into that top 6. For now, even Flash has the same idea, though it is their personality to kind of play a little bit slower and really focus down on the final rings of the game and get those positional points. They have been getting better at their clash squatting overall. Now, WAG looking for that last member of EVOS to control the complete entirety of the northern side of Bimasakti Strip, but Heavy is putting enough pressure on them, forcing WAG to make a decision now. It's not worth, we need the position, we have to fight.
Great usage of Steffi right now, just to make sure that no one will be able to grenade them overall. But there you have it, a rampage once again, and this is where WAG is showing great dominance. We've seen this from Heavy from yesterday, but DTR would be the ones winning this fight. And what surprise! Heavy survived that onslaught, but still, BTR finished 2 teams in there. I'm not sure how many points they grabbed in there, but that was a lot. Now, RRQ, final player from Team Flash, has been eliminated, and it has brought us down to 3 teams, 2 from Indonesia and 1 from Vietnam.
And that's why it's so important to make sure you have some frag grenades to flush out these areas or these tight spaces as quickly as possible. Because if that fight finished a little sooner for either WAG or even Heavy, maybe they would have had enough time to spread out and actually stop BTR from walking back in. And right now, BTR, with huge momentum, RRQ taking out 2 squads cleanly by themselves. Currently at 8 eliminations is going to put them in a pretty good spot. But even GOW, we can't count them out just yet because they still have all of their squad members alive and they are positioned already in the next ring.
Now, let's see though, BTR need to be at a standstill right now, similar to what RRQ is doing. And Maal might be caught off guard, though he does have an angle, and mostly he's the one in the back line finding that opportunity to take down BTR. They have been spotted already, but it's a good thing that they're using those trucks as well as some elevation. But no! Dude says no to Dix, and he will be put down. Koja almost out as well. Riptide Rhythm to clear out those glue walls, but 3 players still survive. But I think the pressure from GOW will be hot for the side of BTR, and they need to be careful. They've done the deed already, 11 elimination, but let's see if they can finish off one team before they go down or before they go in the final fight with RRQ. And I guess they're doing it. Demon is already down. M590 is already being pulled out by 2 players, but here comes RRQ to finish them off. GOW wins the fight. RRQ is now the next contender, and GOW is slowly dwindling. RRQ gets the booyah.
A very clean map 1 on Bermuda for RRQ. They took it real slow, took 2 clean squad fights, and then everything fell into place at the very end. BTR, as much as they are aggressive, the momentum is huge on their side. Unfortunately, the brass tacks was just a little too high as they rotated, and Maal alongside dudes made sure that they had to pay the price.
Definitely. I mean, they did pay the price, but they have great potential. If it wasn't for the blue, they could have been a little bit safe, force RRQ to go against GOW or either way or vice versa, and then BTR might be taking it, be able to take advantage of that. It's just unfortunate that is the RNG that Battle Royale has to offer, but RRQ, they played it well, similar to what we've seen top teams really do it. Passive from the beginning, no points from the first 10 minutes, and then they just start farming towards the end and even grabbing a booyah.
I mean, that's the way that you want to play the game for now, especially in the grand finals, right? Because you're trying to maximize these points as much as you can by mitigating the risks alongside it. So far, it feels like there is some polar opposite ideas coming out. It's not like a regional thing that all Indonesian teams want to be just as aggressive. We saw EVOS, we saw RRQ, we even saw BTR on the other side of the spectrum trying to be the instigator. But right now, I think we need to see a little bit more from Vietnam because they need to decide whether or not they actually want this to maintain their top 6 positions. So far, we've seen them take again, once we got into I think the 3rd ring where Peak was already predetermined that it wasn't in the zone, I think teams should have been a little bit more vigilant in scouting out these areas. So many teams avoided Peak like the plague, allowing Heavy a free rotation onto the north side. It allowed Flash to get there for free, and honestly, it was really between RRQ and as well as Flash, from my perspective, on who was going to make it into the final zone.
I mean, I do agree. I mean, RRQ, we've seen that great potential of getting the final circle as well as grabbing that booyah because of how well they played it. We've seen that gameplay from Korean United, from Team Falcons, and even from RRQ themselves because they played that well to the team. But for BTR right now, I'm loving the slow rise from this team because from yesterday, they were in the slumps. Like, not so much of elimination, not so much of point from the beginning up until 5th, and now they are slowly rising up. And I believe after that game, they did manage to cross the boundary of the top 6. But the only question is, there's a lot of teams in contention for that top 6. You did mention Team Flash. We saw them, the aggression that they have. It's just unfortunate they went against RRQ, and I know they're suspecting that fight, but because of the blue closing in, the pressure possibility that someone would be backstabbing them as RRQ is rushing in might have been that great, that they didn't have a fighting chance against RRQ, thus as quickly as that they got eliminated.
They've got to be a little bit quicker on the call, right? Because again, you can see the hesitation on trying to actually take the space because they're not 100% sure what's on the other side of the hill or why RRQ is making the move in the first place, right? It could be because they're getting chased. It could be because they just want the space. There's no real way to know unless there's like, unless we do see Garena add in like in-game chat that can be listened out and broadcasted to the public as you are fighting, which would be kind of hilarious to see, especially in Southeast Asia. But for the most part, you saw how the early game played out. These teams are hungry. Before Ring 2 was determined, they're already at each other's throats. But then, I think they also need to be extremely careful with how they take these CQCs, especially as especially when it's squad v squad. Nobody's going to respect the space, and I think more importantly so, now more than ever, having a nade in hand makes all the difference in these fights.
Yeah, I'm definitely one reason as well why we've seen a lot of Steffi being put into play, but there's no Steffi for Maal. He keeps his distance. He just have that Riptide Rhythm ready, and as well as an AWM to hit down any that would be cleared out in the battlefield. He's our MVP with 6 elimination, 4K on damage, and 8 knockdown. Not only him, but the rest of the team. The BRQ really did a lot in this game, and I'm looking forward to more from the team, because what's up next? Their favorite map, Kalahari. So I'm seeing another potential back-to-back booyah, similar to what we've seen yesterday. And if they keep this up, I mean, there will be a lot of struggle that will be happening from the 6th, I would say, up until the 9th spot, because all the points will be gathered by this team.
I would like to see the different variation of RRQ trying to land back into Kalahari. We've seen throughout the weeks that they've kind of changed up their Kalahari plan multiple times to kind of get a feel of how everybody else is going to react and respond to it. I think now is a really good time to see if they go for the off the refinery land before rotating back into it later down the line. But this is all dependent on flight path, right? At the end of the day, RRQ is still coming off with a lot of huge points. They're running the Skylar, they're running the Chrono, they're running the Kodan as well as Oscar. No surprises here, a very traditional style of composition, making sure that they do have dudes. Still, he's gotta stop blowing himself up. I'm gonna be honest here. We've seen it way too many times, and I think Dudes probably has, I'm not sure if the stats has it, the most number of eliminations by himself.
So unfortunate for Dudes. I mean, the god nader Dudes himself, nading himself in a battle, and I guess that would throw off your gameplay. Probably one reason as well why they slowed down from previous week. But now, as the game standings for today, 25 points being gathered by RQ overall, 13 elimination. BTR with 20 points, decent amount of elimination, definitely tying it up, or almost tying it up with RRQ. GOW is part of the mix, and Team Flash finally shows up as well. And I guess this brings them a little bit higher, a little bit closer to the top 6. And who's on contention in the bit, we're going to see that it is Magna Esports with only 1 point ahead against Team Flash, and we've seen aggression from Team Flash. They can start off, break off with that 1 point difference away from Magna Esports. The only thing that Magna needs to do right now is avoid early engagement, because that's where they often fail, and we've seen that in Bermuda.
I think right now everybody who is below the 6th spot are looking at BTR, and it's like that's the benchmark we gotta hit, because WAG and as well as Heavy are 20 points or at least 13 points away from BTR, which gives everybody else an opportunity to catch up. Magna and as well as Flash, as close as they are, I think right now it's really scary, because even for securing themselves, in the game itself, the top 5 off of that map are all teams who are fighting as soon as possible, achieving the highest number of points in a single game, at least for themselves, to catch up to this top 6. So I think maybe for Kalahari, this might be the same perspective once more. Our top 5 is likely going to be the ones being the most aggressive, or at least the top 4, because we're assuming the last one to be the person who's just chilling out, waiting for the time, biding it until that final zone.
Yeah, let's see though. Let's see. We'll have to find out Kalahari, I know. Well, I wanted this to be broken. I want to be jinxed out of this. I would say Kalahari would be a slow game. I would say Kalahari would be all passive. No one's being aggressive from beginning, and then hopefully change later on. But well, there's a lot of hunger coming from the team right now, especially with Magna Esports and Flash very close to each other. Kendra, though, we've seen a lot of failure from their gameplay, but there's a sudden rise in how they played compared to the previous week. And though it was slow from yesterday, we've seen the placement being high. They got third place on Solara. Well, unfortunately, Kalahari, which is the same map, the next map that we've been playing, they only got 1 point. So hopefully that changed for Contender, because Indonesia has reigned this map. And I would want to see Contender put up a fight as well in the battle for the top 6.
I would like to see them battle it out for the top 6 as well, but right now, I think their biggest struggles is that they can't code switch, right? We've seen both sides of Kagendra where they've tested the waters within the league, making sure that they've hot dropped many top-tier teams just to kind of pit themselves against them. I think they realize that they do have the mechanics. However, when it comes down to the macro, I feel like they either tunnel vision into one thing or the other. We don't see them have a very large perspective on what the game, how they should be rotating and playing the game, because when they're thinking about rotating, they're not thinking about fighting, but when they're fighting, they're not thinking about looking for positions.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with that. They need to be a little bit flexible at this point, similar to what we've seen top teams do it. You might have different goal in mind with you are in one movement, in one decision, but at least you are ready to go for another. Like if you're going for rotation, at least you're prepared to go for engagement if in case, and no hesitation overall. Because that's what happens to some of the teams that mostly fail, because they try to go for an approach and they hesitate, and then later on they make the mistake because of that hesitation, because of the clouded mind that they have at that moment. And I mean, you don't want that to happen, especially in the crucial day just like this. So for those of you who are watching right now, those in contention on the top 6 is Magna Esports, Team Flash. I would want to include Kagendra, but they're very far from Team Flash right now, 16 points. But if in case they played well, Magna and Team Flash will be eliminated early, they might be able to cross over 2 spot, and they will be very close to BTR.
I mean, that's assuming. The only way that I see that happening is if they decide to go and hot drop some of the top dogs here. Some teams like RQ, for an example, because their team performance overall with the majority of their players has been pretty good, right? I mean, Maal definitely has been a great player, but in recent times, especially after you know, he's recovering from being a little sick, I think that, you know, he's had an up and down performance. During Clash Squad, I think it was very evident when he was missing shots, he just wasn't feeling that week at all. But we've seen the rest of the members kind of step up to kind of fill up that space. They just cannot provide that one-hit punch with his AWM that we're just expecting and waiting for it to happen.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if one of the players definitely is not doing quite well, it does affect the team, and it puts so much pressure. Like it puts so much pressure around the remaining teams who really wants to cover up for some of the lack that is needed in the game. But hopefully everyone is on par, in a good status right now to play the game, because I couldn't express this so enough that this is the final chance. This is the last day of the knockout stage. For those in the top 3, I think evidently they've put themselves in a better position in securing their place. But on the 4th, 5, 6, there's still a lot of risk. So let's see if that risk would be given away or secured by the teams as we are going in, feeling the hit, and Kalahari.
It's going to be hot sands here as we start loading back up. Can't wait to see what exactly the skew is going to be for Kalahari itself. but our squads will have to make the best out of the situation. It is going to be a standard deviation, cuts right in the middle of the map. Refineries even touching just the tail end of the line. In terms of paths, we see that Sub going to be taken control by Todak. WAG going to make their way over to Mammoth. We're keeping an eye on RRQ and alongside the other Indonesian squads because their openers have always been interesting. A very wide spread for RRQ. 2 in Refinery, the others on the outskirts.
Yeah, I mean, they are also keeping their eye on GOW, who's currently in a little bit southern part of Refinery. For WAG, Mammoth is their usual drop spot, and Magna Esports has chosen, I believe this is Bayfront, as their dropping spot. But Team Flash also managed to have a peek on this area, and as you can see, the Axel is also on the hit list right now, so a lot of pressure will be happening in mentality that the eyes are on them on the minimap, and hopefully they can loot fast and prepare themselves, because otherwise they might be losing up another battle early into the game, and you don't want to happen, especially if you're very close to securing your spot in the grand finals.
I mean, as we continue to see the teams move around, it doesn't feel like there's... Oh, never mind. As I'm about to say that, the kill feed suddenly lights up as Flash takes first blood onto RRQ's side of the map. Not 100% sure from which direction that's going to be, as we still are monitoring the movements of Magna. At this point, with that early elimination... Oh, even another hit list being enabled by BTR, targeting Shin this time. We'll see whether the north side is going to be as fierce as we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that we seldom see. Mostly in the middle is where the congestion of teams is happening, and there's a lot of people contesting Refiner right now. But, well, after RQ has received that knockdown, I believe there's only one knockdown in the recovery. Quick recovery has been done by RQ. Team Flash is now a little bit spread too thin, and they need to recruit because Evos has spotted them in tries as well. And Evos is one of the team who have great dominance in the long range, similar to what we've seen in RQ. And this Kalahari map can help them get a few more of those points and probably deny some of the teams that they don't want to go into the grand finals. But it's tough to call because you really don't know who you're battling with, especially for those who are similar to GOW. No booyah, no problem for them. They're still in top spot in this day or after yesterday, and with a performance earlier, they're still maintaining themselves afloat on the top 3.
Now we look over GOW, right? They've been sitting in command post for a little bit. They see the rotation from Todak on the south side because Todak landed into Sub, and it feels like Todak wants to make their way over to possibly Stone Ridge or maybe scout out command post. Not 100% sure where they decided to end up. From Flash, from Bayfront, at this point, they're just holding on, right? They know that they are marked. They just want to control these compounds and make sure that the outskirts are secured and clear. But even for Kagendra, right, we're not seeing a lot of fights. Everybody is going to just wait until the very last second to go for these engagements.
All right, teams, I was just kidding earlier. As I said, it will be slow, but I'm not expecting it to be slow. I mean, at least start off some engagement. We want to see an early engagement, and there you have it. Heavy giving me the chance to see some of the fights right now against Magna Esports. And we've seen earlier from the previous view of Heavy, or POV of Heavy, that it's not only rather, from the preview POV of Magna, it's not only Heavy in the area, but also Team Flash. So let's see if that something would happen from that engagement. But Todak, or one of the players from Todak, has been knocked down by Virtus Pro. So it shows that VP and Todak, as well as WAG, who has sights on them, are in the same area. And Todak right now trying to get away. One player is trying to get away, but will be caught off guard with an AWM. And for elimination being grabbed by VP. Not so much of damage though. And if WAG pushes against Virtus Pro, they might be in trouble.
They might be. Let's see how ready they're going to be, because now this is going to start the chain effect. When one of these teams, especially in such close proximity to their quadrant of the map, you'll notice that these teams are instantly attracted by the noise and, more importantly, the kill feed. Now, with the arsenals already open, some powerful weapons are going to be picked up for the side of Flash. At least maybe that's going to be enough to hold them. However, they don't have a lot of play area to work with, especially with Magna on that south side controlling the space. Both entrances are dangerous if If they try to leg it to the tents at least, they're probably going to get brass taxed for it.
Well, let's see now if they would have to pay a high price for that decision. Now let's see now, WAG, well, they don't want to pay anything. They don't want to go on a highway. They want to go on a longer route, making sure that they will survive a little bit longer, because on the second phase we go, and well, right now Contender would be stuck between 2 or 3 players of Heavy and another one who is having a good side on them, which is Alan. And let's see if this push from Kabi can pay dividends at this point. There goes a rush just to get away from Kabi's Trogon, but Don't Cry is ready with F590 as well. No hits just yet, but turnaround made him pull out that glue wall, saves him a little bit of time because Alan is also down.
They're still trading 1 for 1. And at this point, Heavy don't have a clear way to actually deal with Contender. Alan gets back up on his feet for now. Too easy for Raf. Goes down as Mufasa as well as Kabi are coming on that same side. They're double peeking and triple peeking to make sure that they still working together. CT7, he just does not have these angles right now. But we cut over wait, hold on. Flash is taking out MEC at this point of time. At some point, they got out of that arsenal. But this fight from Heavy seems to be very clearly in their favor as they take out the last remaining members here of a Contender. But on that south side, WAG, off of some heavy momentum of their own, noticing that, hey, this fight is taking longer. It didn't finish as quickly as the previous one that we saw. So maybe we can take advantage of this, and we can see that one member of Contender was able to slip away as Heavy now controlling the vending machine.
I would say, I mean, WAG saved Contender at that moment, because if they didn't show presence or probably take shots on Heavy, Contender could have been taken out. But as you can see on the other side, Contender, final player, will be taken down by BTR. The first point from this team, from the red team right now. And Heavy would try to get away from harm at this point, because they've sensed the presence of WAG. For Virtus Pro, after engaging with Todak earlier, now they're putting a lot of damage on Expand right now. And if I'm not mistaken, they've taken down a few players, like 3 players, and only 1 remains. So there's a lot of trouble on the bottom side of our leaderboard right now, because that's where most of the casualties are coming from, and those in the top are still farming points to keep themselves in the top 6.
Yeah, as the farm continues, at this point, I think it's going to start chilling down, finally, after the major engagements on the southeastern side of Stone Ridge Command Post Santa Catarina. Things have calmed down. The northern side has been very, very quiet. Southwestern side, because we've seen both teams from the Sub and as well as Mammoth rotate out towards that eastern side. It should be pretty vacant unless Refinery, well, now that we're looking at RRQ, having full control, but it looks like they're even getting Ma'al on the opposite end to move over to the Sub here. An interesting rotation coming in from RRQ.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they need to get away from Refinery, because they know that there's a lot of teams that would be expecting them from them. A little bit of elevation would help their performance, especially how they play right now. And Virtus Pro would be the next target. Ma'al taking hits on one of the players of Virtus Pro, but no takedown just yet. Dudes right now, let's see if he can make the shot. And I guess that was on point, but no damage. Not so much of damage being felt. And there goes that Aurora Vision, just to give him a little bit of insight as to where he should throw.
Well, now that as they take the space, Launchpad to get even higher on top of the crane of the Sub. But it's only just 1 member here. And now with the glue wall melters coming out pretty handedly.
Come on.
They want to land it. They want to land it so bad. VP is throwing it back. They're trying to at least put some kind of resilience. Now that they're stuck out in the blue, Exposing, he needs to make something happen, but it's too late. RRQ jump right into the fight, and Diamond finds first blood into Dudes as 18 Deers the next to fall. Nameless alongside with him, able to fight back. Dudes, he's trying to find an off angle, shooting from below to hide, but it's just not enough. He can't see enough heads, and as he runs away, Abe is able to take a shot on the back, but he has to worry about Waranaya on the back, and Nameless will quickly take him out. Waranaya is doing so much, and they've already completely cut off that back line. This rush coming in from RRQ shut down as 18 Deeren as well as Doots trying their best to kind of salvage the situation. Doots especially trying his best, finding one, can get a second one here. Nameless, he's about to get revived unless dude does something about it, secures it, and even gets a knockdown on Waranaya. Oh my goodness, Diamond. He needs to win this, dudes. He's so low. Does he have the resources? No! He ends up getting taken out by Exposy.
Yeah, Exposy has just been hanging in there, waiting for Dukes to stop, and he did to recover. And it's just unfortunate for Dukes. He was also a little bit late. He could have helped Abe in there as he rushed in against 3 players, but like auditioning just like that, yes, you've seen great potential from RQ's player like Abe and Dukes on a 1v3, but they could have coordinated it well, and at that moment they could just have left Exposy alone from that fight, being dealt with the remaining players of RQ. But I believe there's still hope for RQ right now. They can recover. There's a vending machine near to where some of the players are, but it would be crucial that they stay silent, they stay quiet, because as you can see right now, it's very far from some areas of the map where the next circle will be.
I'm so surprised that, you know, that the ring has pulled all the way down to Stone Ridge. I thought it'd be closer to the maybe command post, maybe leaning into like sub or even refinery, but no, that's just the RNG and not in their favor. Flash has been having the time of their life. They've taken important fights for themselves, but they've basically gone with no resistance walking into the past 2 rings of the game. Finally, shots are being taken. Death goes down. And it looks like BTR sitting by Santa Catarina's side, especially on the far eastern side, playing inside the blue as well with a 2-2 formation. This is going to be a little annoying for Flash, but still, at least they don't have to go for a large reviving spree.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they still have a good chance to gatekeep BTR, and it's just unfortunate though. Yes, a knockdown can happen, but if you cannot confirm it, you cannot put pressure on Team Flash, and that just reverses the table against BTR at that point. For Versus Pro though, 12 elimination already. The aggression is working for them. They started off with 2 Malaysian teams, and then they went in against RRQ, pushing them away to deal with Evos right now, as you can see in the map, and they have a great opening as well to get into the next circle. But Evos has been hanging back in here, probably waiting for some engagement and some movement, and we've seen it from RQ right now, and shots by Razia to finish off 18 Deer. Even with a car, it doesn't save you.
Quickly dropping out of the glue wall to protect himself. Doesn't want to get traded back, especially at such a crucial point in the game. Demon also takes out Abe. RRQ already losing 2 of their members, even though they spent so much time going for this full reset. We know their odds are not looking good, but now it's going to be Evos Divine who is going to make sure that RRQ cannot get into the zone. The blue is closing in fast, and command post is not within the next ring.
Yeah, it's tough really for RQ right now. Every basis is covered by Evos Divine, and there's no way in. There's a little to no way in for RQ right now. But Evos Divine is moving, and I guess this would be saving grace for RQ at this point. Virtus Pro felt a little bit of heavy damage from the other side, so need to recover, but they're still inside the next phase of the circle. GOW might be peeking in as well onto the other side, putting more pressure on the Thailand team and as well as BTR. So 9 teams remain. Whatever we anticipated from Bermuda is now showing up in Kalahari right now, and it would be a little bit more chaotic later on.
You know, it's about to get chaotic right now because that north side is jam-packed with teams. Evos is getting involved in with Heavy and as well as Virtus Pro, and all hell breaks loose by the north side. And even Flash wanting to get in on this. They're going to be the last team to actually make it. RRQ ends up bowing out in that fight as Death is taking free shots at everybody else. Evos Divine gets eliminated in one fell swoop, and the next ring is just north of that Stone Ridge. This is an important fight for everybody. Expand trying to hold off against GOW as they control the compound. GOW is going to limit their access to space. They're going to throw glue wall melters, but nobody is willing to break out of that window. They have to worry about the opposite side, but the nades are good, and they find 2, and it gives all, wait, hold on, they punch back. Demon, he takes out too fast at the very least, but Diane goes down to Luffy. Hans takes out Vault in the meantime, forcing it to that 1v1 that they're looking for. It's too close for comfort. No. Demon comes up on top.
Yeah, I mean, it's just tough to see X-Band right there. And GOW, I thought they lost one player. Well, they did now. But earlier, it was just a matter of pickup, and they could have been a complete squad right now. But my eyes is on Virtus Pro. 7th elimination at this point in the game. They're still somewhat a full squad with 3 players, and they have a great chance to really grab a Booyah. If they can probably, take down a few players from Heavy, WAG, BT, or BTR, but they need to be cautious right now. Find a final circle and get away from all this engagement. How can you do it? If Heavy is already putting so much pressure on you in the middle, though you have a chance to survive a little bit longer, WAG would be part of the mix as well as GOW in a bit, and there you have it. They have jumped into the only compound in the middle of this circle, and there's a lot of pressure for the 3 teams that is in here.
WAG, what a play. They held out, and it looks like Heavy called chicken first, and they quickly jump into the middle of that fight. Again, things are getting really tight as the ring is about to move towards the northeastern side of the map, and WAG don't mind just waiting. They don't mind letting these eliminations go through, as BTR will finish off the last remaining members. It's gonna be Flash who bows out first. VP still strong as ever, taking the backside of their house, and BTR losing members real quick here. Top side, Demon loses his head. VP still in control of the map. We're down to the last 4. WAG still at full fighting strength. VP missing a member. Heavy, full fighting strength. BTR, 2 men down.
Oh, Heavy right now. I mean, this is what we loved to see from yesterday. Now they're showing up. They managed to contain this position right now, even against Virtus Pro. And I'm just surprised that Virtus Pro has no contention overall. With Heavy, with clear view on them, well, apart from that monster truck, they could have taken Virtus Pro overall, but they are not risking it right now. And WAG would be crosshairs of Heavy, and let's see if the rotation would be heading into onto Virtus Pro or WAG, because it seems like WAG would be the target who's currently dealing with Virtus Pro. So Virtus Pro almost out of this game, and WAG still 4-man strong.
Oh!
And here comes BTR trying to clutch it up. Unfortunate for them, they have been taken down. It is a 1v2 situation. Make it a 1v1. Tikui and don't cry. And Tikui managed to win this fight, but from afar, we still have Koja, and we know that he can clutch as well as Waranya. So it's a 3-way battle with 3 players into this final circle.
That was insane. That was insane by BTR. Kyung, what a play. What a play with the Oscar, busting through 3 walls and opening the entire backside of WAG as alongside Heavy. Now, VP, they got a little lucky there. They did get a bailout thanks to the help of BTR. But I think the one who's most upset has to be WAG at this point, because they had the opportunity to have more members to close this game out. Now, ends up being a 1-for-1. And VP, they're thinking like, all right, lucky for us. Koja now moving to Tikui's side. This is working out perfect for VP.
Now, let's see who's going to win right now. The Mag 7 or the M590. Koja right now, well, I think he wouldn't risk it, but WAG has a better opportunity of staying inside. There goes M590, popping off, but Koja quickly recovers. Valiant dash in. Oh, Waranya managed to clutch it up, waiting for the final moment, and Virtus Pro with huge amount of elimination, still grabbing this Booyah will boost them up from somewhat coming from 11 to I would say 6 or 7 after this like won their full game.
It was huge momentum right from the very get-go. Virtus Pro knew exactly what they wanted to do. If they wanted to eat some of the weaker teams, they wanted to make sure that they can carry that momentum into the second phase of the game. And honestly, a couple of bad scenarios, they got bailed out, luckily, by other factors. This time, VP, they're counting their lucky stars, but they have to start rethinking the way that they play the mid to late stages of that game, because, man, it was risky indeed.
Definitely, I mean, the risk is in there, and it did happen in final moment. They could have won that fight, but they chased off against a different team, and it was Heavy who is chasing as WAG. So the if it wasn't for Heavy, Virtus Pro could have been taken out already. And that was just epic as well, that we ended that game on a 3-way solo mission between 3 teams. And I'm loving the storyline overall, though there's still a lot of contention in top 6. And as I did mention, Virtus Pro from 11th place, similar to what we've seen in BTR yesterday, will be catapulted very close to some of the teams who's already in the top. And this is something that we have been expecting from Virtus Pro from the previous knockout stage. We were expecting them to be in the top of the day as well, getting the ticket a little bit early, but they waited for this moment and they just know how to recover that quickly.
I mean, the fact that they are able to get these early eliminations is already a big booster in their own right, but I think that just the mentality of the lobby is just everybody is scared, right, to a certain degree. There's a certain amount of pressure going into these fights that's why we're seeing like almost defensive protocols being called straight first. We're seeing teams like Agendra, right? Save a member, right? Quickly, straight away. WAG were also susceptible to it as well. We see even EVOS Divine alongside with RRQ trying to get one of their members out of there to try and play for the zone later down the line. And it's just, man, if this was the regular week 2, maybe week 3, this probably wouldn't be the case. They would double down on these fights. But now, everybody's looking for a safety net.
Yeah, I mean, they really need to get those safety net, whether it's placement, whether it's plenty of elimination, risking their placement points. They just have to choose one. And for some instance, some teams, I would say, get or do better decisions in the final moment, that they've managed to do both, similar to what we've seen in Virtus Pro. But for Virtus Pro, this fight against RRQ, what Exposé did to spot out where every player from RRQ was pristine. It's just that the 1v3 situation that happened with Abe as well as with Dudes was, I would say, not so cool, but still managed to take down RRQ. But before we go anywhere else, let's take a look at Nameless right now. He's putting his name on the board as MVP with 7 elimination, 2,881 on the damage, and 8 knockdown. The time turner of this team with a little bit of enhanced support power as well as a bomber with Alvaro and Beaston on his side. So as you can see in the elimination department, it is huge for Virtus Pro for this game.
It really is, and his build is an interesting reflection of what they're trying to do. Everybody is trying to be a man-at-arms to a certain degree. I would like to see what the rest of the composition is going to look like for VP. I don't think it'll be too out of the ordinary with the active unique skills, but the builds itself, the fact that Nameless has to be the bomber of that squadron, kind of leaving Waranya to do his own thing, right? Really focus down on picking off his targets. And they even have Exposé on this Skylar to kind of open more angles. That's why we're seeing Diamond, Nameless, and as well as Exposé kind of playing as that trio. And sometimes even Diamond himself kind of backs away from these fights to let Nameless and Exposé kind of do a lot of that dirty work, right? Nameless has to pull attention to himself, has to eat those shots so that they can create opportunities for Waranya and as well as Diamond to take effect.
All right, hold on. I'm missing the Cassie in this picture. And Nameless letting go of the Cassie, normally he would be connected to Diamond to the like every rotation, but him being the ones putting out a time turner to protect Diamond in those cases, I guess is working for them for the aggression, and it is bringing them a lot of points. 22 in elimination, plus that Booyah, 34, the highest for today. Heavy has brought in 16 points as well, being second place, and BTR, despite of, or rather, Heavy was third place. BTR will be second place, despite of placing higher because of the loss of numbers. In most cases, they didn't get that much elimination, and looking at this game standing, it's way too top heavy.
It's very top heavy. Game number 1, we saw that at least the top 5 were the ones securing eliminations. This time around, only the top 6, and there's a huge disparity between Virtus Pro and everybody else in that lobby. But now, as of today's standings, that's going to shoot them up with a total of 35 points. Their overall standings will definitely change, but unless we see 2 big maps coming up from VP, maybe then we can start including them in this contention for that top 6.
Yeah, I mean, with this numbers from 11th after Bermuda, this definitely will bring them a little bit higher, and it did. They are currently on a 7, who is very close to BTR to manage to pull away. So BTR and Verspro are doing the same thing, the same approach. They didn't show up at first there, and now they're showing up. It's pretty much like a hero storyline at this point. You get beat down in the beginning, and then later on you rise up like a phoenix.
And this makes it really scary, right? Because that's 32. That's like what 33 points that they were able to earn in that game. Sorry, 30-ish points coming in from VP, and that puts them up, and that puts them in 7th place. Now everybody else is a little worried. Like BTR is like, okay, there's a possibility that this might not go well for us. WAG is like, man, we played a little too passive that game. We got a lot of like placement points, but now that we have VP already catching up to our coattail, this might force teams to kind of change their attitude in game number 3 to kind of keep them back.
Yeah, one team that really would be worried is BTR, because they're still far away from WAG with 12 points, though Virtus Pro, they only have a 9-point difference between BTR and them. So there's still a little bit of leeway for Bigatron, but they need to be, I would say, a little bit more aggressive in terms of elimination. We've seen that from yesterday, we've seen that from earlier, but because of the map, they have to choose their fight. And I guess once they go into Alpine, then they have a better opportunity to choose those fights. But looking at the numbers right now on how BTR is playing, they are, well, it's not looking good. Currently, out of all of the teams that is part of the competition, they are 14 overall when it comes to Alpine. So it might be tough to call if BTR can defend their place.
Yeah, it's real difficult, right? Anything can happen. Again, a lot of the attitude changes coming into the into our 3rd map of the day. Even for Evos as well, they're probably rethinking it of like, man, everybody is now map number 2. Everybody was playing passive. Does that mean that we are the ones who have to change, or considering our previous issues throughout the early stages of the season, we just can't afford to lose members, right? We just have to trust Russia to find these pickups to open up these fights for us.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, well, not only trusting Russia, because I think that is already part of their usual gameplay, but they need a better frontliner. I've said this so many times, and there's not one consistent frontliner who is like putting up so much of effort in confirming all those knockdowns being done by the Wonder Kid. So it's either Aim God, who's popping up, or some other players from Evo Divine, but it's either they play the AG Global style, wherein their snipers would be joining the fray in some cases, and then pulling away in most cases as well, because he does need that distance, but their support doesn't just have to join the fray. The 2 frontliners need to be strong enough to defend themselves, and then the mid line would help out with Russia just in case he gets taken down. Because from what we've seen in Evo Divine, once Russia is down, everything from Evo Divine starts to crumble.
Yeah, because they're a team that likes to kind of like play guerrilla warfare, right? Go for the initial engage, pull back, regroup, hold defensively, and then start doing it all over again. That's their natural protocols. But I think for teams like GOW, might want to take a couple of pointers from them when it comes down to those final rotations. Because again, we see that the Vietnamese, and especially when we're looking at teams like Heavy, teams like WAG is on the more passive side of things. Heavy still wants to kind of remain present and be near enough to the conflict to still make contact, and I think that GOW needs to decide on which side of the spectrum they want to be on, because they are finding ways to sneak into the zones, but they're not capitalizing on their positions, and they end up just colliding with another team with the exact same plan.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of adjustment that is working but needs to really be reworked at some point. So let's see if that's something that we would see or we would expect, similar to how you explained it. But I am looking forward to who will be popping up, because if it's similar from yesterday's game, then there's a potential of back-to-back, especially from Virtus Pro right now, because comparing them with the rest of the teams, other than RQ, who's definitely in a better spot because of how they perform in the early parts of the knockout stage. Virtus Pro has a great potential to can take a booyah in this game, and Alpine is our next map. So the third map, Gideon, and quite surprised, similar to what we've seen yesterday, it's getting quite quick on how the matches are ending. So I'm loving this energy coming from the team.
Hey man, it's go in, chill out for as long as possible, but when you fight, you gotta make sure that it's quick and easy. You gotta make sure that it's clinical, right? Let's look at our player head-to-head, because we're gonna be looking at some of our top killers here. In this case, it's gonna be Nameless from Virtus Pro and Maal from RRQ. And let me tell you about Maal. This guy is landing shots after shots after shots. He's been doing great things for Indonesia, but Nameless is a legacy name from Thailand himself, right? He's been playing for a long period of time. Yes, it's not exactly the highlight of his career that he is in so deep in the competition without qualifying, but hey, Nameless is still here to kind of change things up. We saw his change on that chrono, and he trusted his energy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you trust your energy, then you can build up that momentum to the best potential. Similar to what Red Bull has offered for the team as well as for this year's FFWS Southeast Asia. This is our official sponsor for both spring and fall season, and I'm trusting the energy of the team as well, that they can continue on towards the end, because we are starting to see a little bit of build-up for some of the teams. Earlier, or yesterday, was BTR. Now it is Virtus Pro, and I want to see more from those who really pop up. RQ has already made their name. Even from yesterday, without getting a booyah, they managed to get into the top spot, and now they started the day with that booyah. So they started to secure that #1 spot. Now for Alpine, let's see if they will be chill at this point, or will the heat of Kalahari carry over in this map?
Keep your eyes up. It's Alpine. Let's go to the high altitudes and see what this flight path is going to look like. Oh, there is a slight skew to the deviation here. Yeah. We're cutting through all the way from Snowfall down to Stadium in a nice diagonal. Railroad and as well as Carousel. It's going to be a little harder to get to because of the way that the flight path is. But now we see the drops, right? Expand going to Ocean View in a 2-2. Forest Red by EVOS. Oh, wait, hold on. EVOS actually have a bit of a spread by themselves, right? It's Forest Red alongside just the base camp of Snowfall.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite surprised no one just doubled back into where the flight path is coming from, because it's quite open. Now, Heavy right now is on a chase against EVOS, or was it the other way around? But Heavy, Alan is trying to get away, and good enough that he does have a port on him just in case he got hit. Without getting that on a vehicle, there's a fighting chance for the team. For RQ, they are spread out a little too thin as well. So I guess that's the usual plan at this point. Especially if you're safe in the top of the leaderboard, you can risk losing one or two players in the early parts. As long as you're not eliminated early, then you're still good to go.
I think the teams are probably thinking at this stage, they want to adjust their early game to say, hey, we can't just fight for the sake of fighting and look for these elimination points. We need to make sure we're tipping over the most important domino to cause a chain of events, right? Because with a chain of events, there's a high likelihood that you're walking away with at least not just 4 eliminations. The possibility of 2 extra eliminations to push it up to 6 points would be ideal. And now that we see Heavy currently in a really bad spot, Todak as well as EVOS Divine are starting to make their way and push them in here by Militia.
Let's see if they would be the guerrilla back into guerrilla warfare in Militia. And Heavy right now putting up all those airdrop. Now 3 teams in contention in this area. Todak, I've seen a lot of aggression coming from them. Probably is because they need that much point, but it's not paying off. And oh, let's see. Noki right now managed to take down Ray. The follow-up is needed to confirm that elimination. Aim God does have a good angle to take just in case Faiz will be showing up, but the use of the Wukong to get away from any shots. That is smart with active skill card, and he can even pull away with a Valiant Dash. So let's see on how well Evos can go for survivability against Todak, but Faiz will be taken down as quickly as that being recovered, and Aim God would feel the wrath of some of the Todak players.
This is about to get hell. This is about to get a lot worse. As Cochil is taking out Noki, he's already found the Todak members. Videls finds one, but now he finds a second into Russia. This is actually going terribly for Evos. Todak has been able to turn this around, and WAG now, they found the domino that they were waiting for, here to clean up the mess that both of these teams happen to put themselves in. It's going to be both Evos alongside... Wait, hold on. One of the members of Todak didn't get eliminated here. Managed to sneak away.
I guess it's a quick revive that happened, and it says, all right, it's not safe in here. You better drop in a different area. For Magna Esports are dropping in on GOW at this point. Rip almost being taken down. And let's see if June would be that aggressive to go in for the chase. But for Heavy right now, this is where GOW managed to drop. And on the other side, Expand, who was able to take down Faiz, is trying to bring back the rest of the teammate, will be eliminated. And there you have it. Todak is out of contention as you go back to the battle of Heavy and GOW, where Heavy seems to be winning 3 eliminations already in the side, putting GOW with only 1 player.
And this is what all teams fear. You get into that early fight, you cause that chain reaction, you're the last one to leave that place because they've already dug your grave for you. WAG really great on that third. Heavy made a smart decision to bail out because they noticed that they noticed the initial push coming in from Todak first while dealing with Evos. Yes, they did lose a member on their way, but it wasn't the end of the world. And now GOW hunted down by VP members. This game has accelerated so fast, and the second ring hasn't even closed in. But from this point onwards, I'm expecting teams to start chilling out, right? Wait until 4th ring or even 3rd ring where they have to fight for position.
Yeah, most of the time, really, it's those, well, not really hot drops that is happening in the early engagement. It's more of how close everyone is. And since everyone would be funneled into one area because of all of those third parties, but even with WAG dropping in a different spot and chasing those gunshots, then there's a little bit of slowdown in some of those engagement. But let's see, though, if Heavy and BTR are on the same script, because they might be in a different storyline and they want to start this engagement real quick. But no, base camp, I think it's still safe for them. They have information as to where the other teams are, and like Heavy is being cautious right now, but not so much for Magna Esports. They are heading straight to base camp into the clutches of 2 other teams.
Base camp, 3 teams just hovering amongst each other, right? Nobody really wants to sit on top of the vending machine just yet, but at the same time, Magna, I don't know how aware they are of the situation. Wait, just at the corner of that minimap, you see that RRQ is actually on the northwestern side of the map from where Heavy is. Not 100% sure. This is base camp, right? Base camp. So that means Sunside is going to be their closest POI afterwards.
Yeah.
We can even see WAG just like in the distance. These teams are a lot closer than we would like to imagine here. And as we already see that the kill contract has been thrown out, at this point, base camp, nobody's moving. Like, nobody can move. You start moving out, you're instantly going to get chased.
And they're also waiting for next phase circle, and that's where all that standstill is coming from. Most of the time, in this moment in time, when the first or second, or it's just closing into the next phase, that's where everyone wants to anticipate. Well, they don't want to anticipate that, they want to see where the next circle will be, and then that's where they will move. And you're right, Sunside, that's where RQ is. Great elevation, plenty of cover just in case someone decides to snipe on them, and they also have a good sniping spot. But the Bay might be in trouble because there's a few players from Heavy who's getting to from Contender rather, who's getting too close. So into the horizon, there's a lot of teams just strolling about, and even Virtus Pro, who's I don't know what their plan is. They've done it earlier. They stayed with that blue and they managed to survive a little bit longer, even grab the Booyah. But I don't think that works in Alpine that well.
We'll see. We'll see where that ring is going to be coming from, right? I think that's the big question. Like, how much resistance do they have to go through to get away with it one more time? And as we look at the ring so far, it looks like he's pulled all the way towards the eastern side of the map, where, again, at the center of it, base camp, where we see the highest population. Kagendra's coming from the north, VP also coming from the north, and I think that VP can actually make it towards docks before getting in through Carousel if necessary. I'm not sure about Kagendra, whether they can mirror that movement or whether they're just going to take Militia side down, because so far, like, since so many teams are by base camp, the only unsafe areas are from the southern side of Rai and maybe even Forest Red if you happen to be walking from the wrong side.
Let's see though who's going to walk on the wrong side or walk into the dark just to get away from all that potential chaos. RQ right now, because of the hit list on Maal, they are deciding to pull away from everyone, but they're getting close to WAG, who has the same intention in mind. So RRQ might be able to target WAG if they spot it, and Maal is getting in oversight already. And, well, as they call it, he has seen WAG. Now, the decision is, will they start off getting early engagement, or are they good with the points that they have right now? Because I think if they play a little bit safer, there's not so much of risk. It gives an opening as well for the other teams to get that point, and it's more of the battle in the lower part of the top 6 that would be happening.
I love the third-person perspective here. It gives a lot of angles to kind of understand the landscape just a little bit more rather than the first perspective. Even so, I think that RRQ and WAG are in that similar position that they were in that last game, where it's like, do I really want to go for this? I think that WAG, at most that they will do is poke, but if Heavy start getting involved, I think that's where the commitment is going to come in. Because sometimes Heavy, yes, they can play passive, but they get impatient, and that's when they're like, we need to get in on the action. Let's just warm ourselves up real quick, and then we'll go back to being passive.
Let's see, though, if that will be the decision. I do agree with a good plan just like that, and it's all that adjustment, really, that all the adjustment that is being done by the team, and that really gives them a lot of openings to play either way. Kagendra, though, might need to rethink their position at this point. There's plenty of space on the other side of Sunside, but getting into Virtus Pro might be trouble for them. But they need to wait, because anticipation of where the next circle would be is what everyone is waiting for. And there you have it, still within base camp and Sunside. And the jump on Virtus Pro, I don't think they have information, or they might do. And CT7 would try to disrupt this gameplay as the rest of the teams goes for the push.
Oh, is he gonna interesting decision coming out from Kagendra, but one that could reward them heavily. They've already taken the top side as they're quickly hovering around. They see Diamond. Easy for dead. Oh my god, he's in trouble. The Oscar's already pushed through, but then Roz was able to kind of back him up at the very end here. And Nameless and Diamond now working together to try and take out Roz. The windows are still exposed and open, but the glue walls have been ridiculous. As Roz gets into the second floor, they block them off, and Orania was already able to find one. Too easy. Unfortunately, going to get clipped off by Diamond at the end. This push coming in from Kagendra. High risk, but no reward this time. Oh, actually finds Exposy. He could look for an elimination, but Waranya, is he? No, he didn't turn around in time. He's eventually going to fall at this point, right? Unless he is able to pull it off. But yeah, unfortunately for Too Easy, Easy for Raf, can't do much about it. Takes out Diamond. Man, he is just taking these guys out. If Revive wasn't a thing, Raf would have almost taken out 90% of the squad by himself. And finally, Kagendra bow out in 9th.
Now, against Virtus Pro, I guess this is like some sort of a failure for the side of Virtus Pro, because we've seen that similar approach by RQ against this specific team. And even BTR has shown like a huge clutch potential from one of the players from the Indonesia. So it seems like Virtus Pro needs to win those gunfight a little bit early, because if it doesn't and a third party comes in, then they might be in the losing end. But, well, I'm still looking at Verse Pro right now and trying to study how they will play this out. But it's good thing that managed to survive. They're still farming the points, and we are down to 7 teams.
Virtus Pro has a free rotation from that north side. Like, RRQ have held and anchored really, really well. WAG, unfortunately, is just tied up by Flash. And, okay, bold move to try and jump even further towards the southwestern side. Drops down the Time Turner. Wants to get involved with Expand, of all people, who I think they've just identified as Expand. But the brass tacks is there, and the Zom finds one, and Shin is able to take out another.
Oh, WAG in trouble. I know the decision of moving away is needed, but the timing is wrong. Even RQ from the other side of base camp managed to take down one of the players. So probably a better angle, a different angle could have been taken by WAG in using the launch pad. Now, Expand right now for elimination. They are looking a little bit better right now, but not so much really in terms of getting elimination points. But at least they are surviving in this phase. But they need to be more cautious because only 3 players remain for Expand right now. And they need a little bit more of survivability. Now, WAG is in play. The final player of WAG, which is T Koi, who might be able to clutch it against this team of Expand or probably pull the rest of the team. But they managed to revive Luffy as well. So full squad from Expand can give them a better chance.
They've got a pretty good position for now, but that blue is starting to close in fast and quickly. BTR on the opposite side quickly jump onto the roof. A good call, but Expand can look to punish this if they want to get involved in this fight right now rather than later. Heavy in a bit of trouble, but they pull back into their own room. RRQ once again with the same motion as they find Flash out in the open while they still have all of their cooldowns. They gun down their members in a firing line. Shin trying his best to survive, still gets blasted down as Abe just infinite amount of pressure with that LMG. Now, controlling this top side is important because we are fighting towards that hilltop of base camp by Sunside. But RRQ is at the time of their life. VP has, again, understand that they are on the unpopulated side of the map.
Now, let's see though if VP can at least dominate that area, and the moment the 3 teams that's battling it out outside of blue would be moving in, then that's where they start to get all those elimination points. But Heavy right now, not only fortifying this place, but this might trap them and delay their movement up the next phase. 2 players, 3 players from Expand out, and that Malaysian team will be eliminated once again. Now it's a battle of BTR and Heavy as blue closes in. Team Flash will be eliminated, and Virtus Pro and RQ in this fight. The 2 teams that grabbed Booyah earlier is now on a 4v4, not really minding how the other teams are playing and how they are rotating, but that might be the trouble that they will encounter in a few seconds.
VP have no choice. They have to fight RRQ. They have BTR at their backs, and if they don't start pushing them in and give a reason for BTR not to look at them, they're going to be the ones who's going to get pinched, because Heavy is working together with them, because BTR has got their backs both wide open. Don't Cry finds a majority of the members and secures those eliminations as they bang out RRQ from the boot them out from this lobby. Kabi, he needs to land a shot onto BTR's side because they're too close to VP, and now they have no choice. With the Cassie in their arsenal, they just have to get around the VP members and get Bigatron to get involved, which they will. And they're coming through. One Anya finds 2. Dix is able to get 1. Azriel does 1, but the landmine from Nameless takes out Mufasa, and that could just open up the opportunity as Azriel gets bumped out. Heavy, Don't Cry, is still going around in that monster truck, punting people out, leaving 2 members left from BTR's side. Exposed and weak. BTR knew the inevitable was coming.
Grand Theft Monster Truck coming from Don't Cry right now, and potential for a clutch, but he is going against Koja, who is the clutch king at this knockout stage, and you can see the energy, you can see the fire coming from Bigatron on that Booyah, and the rise of another Indonesian team is on. We have seen another Booyah from this team, and they're pulling away from that 6th place.
Big points for Bigatron this time round. They were able to secure a good amount of eliminations here, and unfortunately, they would have liked to break into the double digits, but this will do.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the elimination they have right now is still decent as long as they can maintain the placement. They just pulled away from a tough spot from yesterday after the final game, and there's no waiting anymore. As long as they can move up slowly, but surely they will be taking it. And they did. They did right now. That was his second Booyah for Bigatron, carrying over from yesterday's final game.
I think that Bigatron is in a much better position considering that their biggest competitor is WAG. I mean, obviously there's Virtus Pro, but you can't really stop the momentum that's building behind them. So you're looking at the next guy, hoping that if you overtake him, then at least you're maintaining your 6th place position. Maybe VP might overtake you, but at least you qualify.
Yeah, I do agree with that. But for some of the teams like Heavy, we've seen the 2 Booyah from yesterday, and now they're attempting to do the same thing. They were pushed down from that #1 spot after second game from yesterday's game, and then they slowly trickled down to the 3rd spot, but they are trying to overtake and secure their spot right now. And Heavy is one of the Vietnamese team that I know there's great potential, but we rarely put them in that position that they can show this much. And I'm loving this improvement coming from Heavy right now. They're even pulling away from WAG, which is one of the top team from Vietnam.
Yeah, I think, their transfer of Alan definitely has given a new life to this team, and I think it's giving them a good perspective on how to kind of maintain pressure, even if you don't have to be, like, really deep in the mix. I think that was Heavy's biggest problem, when it's like, oh, if we're all in, we have to be, like, 2 inches away from your face to be considered an all-in, and when they're shooting from afar, generally their snipers have not done well, so now with Alan kind of putting them in that fine balance of, okay, we're still part of the fight, but we're not necessarily in the fight. This is going to give us the best outcome possible. And I think as of yet, I am a little worried because now it feels like everybody has a good idea of how each other plays. You can tell that there is a uniform understanding of, I see this logo, there's a particular playstyle I need to be careful of.
Yeah, I mean, well, definitely they don't see the logo on the game itself, but it's more of the movement. And I'm pretty sure, like, all this time, the duration that we have on the knockout stage made them familiar on how they move. And we know how it is in some of the tactics building being done by teams right here. A lot of VOD reviews are being done. And specifically, you would see on an active scale, even in the movement themselves. And that's one reason as well why Virtus Pro pulled away from using the Cassie, because that was a signature from Nameless and Diamond, and it is working for them. But Dix right now will be our MVP, and it's a different player overall. Every time a BTR is getting a Booyah, 10 or 1,000 on the damage, so pretty much most of those elimination is being stolen away from someone else, because he is a support as well, so there's not so much of expectation of being that aggressive. But as you can see, that not so much of elimination as you pointed out earlier at the end of that game, but still grabbing that extra 12 points from the Booyah does help the team move up.
It really does. It also helped that Kyung was just driving around in a monster truck to kind of break down those blue walls to open up this opportunity for BTR in the first place, right? Again, this is one of the few times where you're seeing squads that holding out actually is a viable strategy. Wasting resources just to attract the attention of 3 squadrons to give you a better position later down the line is a worthwhile trade-off. And just the surprising resurgence of Chrono, in a matter of fact, right? The Cassie is kind of a hit or miss for some of these teams, and I understand why, because it's difficult to communicate exactly what is going on as a rusher, and with Cassie following behind you, setting up those crossfires isn't as easy as most people would imagine when you're getting shot constantly from every direction.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think some of the players are pulling away from Cassie because as well of the visual hint of where the players are. So at least it's working at this point for BTR, and they did manage to get 7 elimination. Together with the Booyah would be 9 points, but it is tied with Heavy, and we've seen how heavy damage this team, or what heavy damage this team can do. As we look in today's standing, BTR this time is on the top, but Virtus Pro is very close. So there's a lot of different teams, different regions who is working hard for today, and it's evident on which flag is in here. But as you can see from Team Flash, GOW, and WAG, they're still sticking together. Though it's not too high for today's performance, but at least this keeps them a little bit higher and still on the top 6 spot. But I'm worried about GOW because slowly they are being pushed down, and as you can see, now they are in the 6th place, and Virtus Pro might be able to overtake them because there's only 9 points in difference between these two teams.
Yep, again, very scary for GOW. WAG is like, oh, okay, as long as we get some points, guys. Like, BTR is kind of close, and even VP, at least it's getting too close for comfort. And I think the EVOS should also keep an eye out for this, because as well as they performed, they are bowing out relatively early in these fights. We'll see when we get into the second half of the maps, because we've already completed our first 3. Those next 3 is so important for everybody in the, well, from 4th place and up below. They're all just looking at each other like, please, we've got to get another booyah.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, if you want to secure your spot, another booyah would definitely help. And similar with what we are seeing from Bigatron, though it's a little bit slow compared to how it is, like how they capitalized them from yesterday. But right now, still don't know who's going to get that interview at this point, but I would love to hear their thoughts on how they are performing right now. We are just setting that up, and it does happen after 3 games. As well as after the interview, we're going to go for a quick break. So for those of you watching right now, keep on sharing the stream, keep on chatting and conversing on the chat right now. We will be joining you in a bit as well, but I'm really excited on how it's going to end up right now. So in a few seconds, we're going to go to our interview, and we'll be back in a bit.
สวัสดีครับผม VP Diamond ครับคิดว่าน่าจะเป็นเรื่องตำแหน่งภายในทีมยังไม่ลงตัวครับแบบยังหาตำแหน่งที่ลงตัวให้ทีมไม่ได้ก็เลยมีการสับเปลี่ยนกันอยู่ทุกอาทิตย์ครับคิดว่าน่าจะต้องพักผ่อนกันให้มากครับเพราะแบบซ้อมมันมาเยอะความเครียดความกดดันมันสะสมก็เลยแบบไปพักผ่อนหากิจกรรมอื่นๆทำให้มันแบบสมองมันผ่อนคลายเริ่มขึ้นแล้วน่าจะส่งผลดีต่อเกมมากขึ้นครับคิดว่าไม่ได้กดดันเลยครับเพราะว่าในสายตาผมทีมพวกนั้นก็ไม่ได้ตึงไปกว่าทีมไทยครับทีมไทยยังไงมันก็แบบตึงกว่าแล้วอีกอย่างหนึ่งทีมไทยมันเข้ารอบไปหมดแล้วครับน่าจะไม่ยากสำหรับทีมผมครับการตัดสินใจที่ผิดพลาดครับตัดสินใจการแบบเข้าวงเดินเกมช้าไปครับซึ่งมันใช้ไม่ได้กับแพทล่าสุดครับต้องไปปรับปรุงเพิ่มขึ้นอาจจะแบบการตัดสินใจให้มันดีขึ้นอะไรอย่างนี้ครับอย่าเพิ่งท้อครับอยู่ช่วยกันเชียร์ไปเรื่อยๆกันครับ
Coba sebutin senjata favorit lu mulai dari close range, mid range, sama long range.
Kalau senjata untuk close range itu buat tempur ya, jarak dekat itu favorit gua M1 peletok, SG peletok, nggak tahu namanya apaan tuh, lupa. Itu enak banget karena satu peluru doang tapi damage-nya sakit banget.
Kalau close range gue lebih pilih M590. Suka aja karena damage-nya sakit, terus lagi OP juga.
Terus kalau buat middle range itu SMG Bison, karena kalau Bison itu damage-nya juga lumayan sakit karena habis di buff dan enak pokoknya. Jadi pelurunya banyak, headshotnya juga lumayan berasa.
Mid range gue pilih 40 karena enak aja buat mainin kepalanya, ngedrakan.
Dan terus buat jarak jauh
gue pilih AWM karena udah mainan gue itu.
Ada 2 sih, AC sama AWM. Kalau AC itu lagi meta sekarang karena di buff juga, damage-nya sakit banget, itu 2 peluru 3 peluru musuh udah bisa knock walaupun badan doang. Dan kalau AWM itu emang senjata favorit gue dari dulu.
First Blood.
Use the portal goal to quickly reposition, but Razia finds ahead of Diamond. And here that breaks through all of the players of Evo straight into the back lines of Virtus Pro. That Rebel Rush getting them close enough, but PE!
So for the PE Esports fan, you guys can loudly shout out that our team is the best.
Kontol jatuh lagi.
Welcome back, survivors. Once again, Free Fire World Series 2025 fall season for Southeast Asia continues, and we are on that last leg. Our last 3 maps to predetermine who's the next top 6 to join the rest in the grand finals. And the pressure is high, and it keeps on ticking some more. My name's Giving Q, of course. We've got Neptune, the gentleman Garcia, here with us today. And based on what we've seen so far, and even missing out on an interview, you can tell that these players, they're in their heads right now, and they are looking for any advantage to get a booyah in these next 3 maps.
Yeah, since you pointed it out, I do apologize for everyone who is expecting an interview. Probably because of the booyah being spread out in different teams, they couldn't decide who they would want to talk to. And it's a good thing as well, because the pressure of that's building up to the final 3 games is something that need to focus on. And if they want to do it, they just need to be locked in. And I guess the teams are locked in, but not the top 6. Some of the teams are in trouble. We've seen earlier the GOW has been pushed down to the 6th spot and not even getting that booyah. They started the game or the day in a better position. But from how everyone is adjusting and evolving in these matches, I think they might be in trouble, and they need to work on that real quick.
Based on the standings, right? Anybody within the top 8, if they are able to get at least a crazy game like VP and get 30 points, they put themselves in contention to making it to the next stage. So keep that in mind, right? Nobody's really safe. Even EVOS is probably looking at their position, and it's like, there's not enough of a buffer to work with to feel comfortable, but I don't think that's really going to change their game plan of playing it slow, because we've only seen EVOS in 1 or 2 positions. Either they bow out within the first 2 teams to die early, or we get into that second phase where they're looking for that god spot and end up having to go for a full reset. And that's the biggest problems, and why we see EVOS and as well as RRQ really take a step back in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, and let me just give everyone a preview on how close the matches are in terms of the points. So if you look at Virtus Pro, who's currently in 7th place, they are only 26 points away from RQ, who is on the top. And we've seen them play with 30-pointer, but that would mean that the ones on top would not get any points. But if that's the case, there's a lot of pressure being built up, not just in those close to the top 6 or the 6th spot, but even, as you mentioned, Evo's Divine. They are 12 points away from Heavy, who has been doing quite well from yesterday up until today, even at final moment of that previous Alpine map. But I think they need to do a little bit more. That gameplay that we keep asking from Evo's Divine, not just depending on Narasia, but also giving some of the responsibility for the rest of the teams, need to be triggered right now. Or that might be something that they can wait off for the grand finals, but something really needs to be done so that they will not be in trouble later on once they get close to the final game.
A true viable strategy that these teams, some of them have been implementing it since map number 1, but coming into the second phase, there's some real consideration for it. So far, the Malaysian teams have been cannon fodder here. And again, we've seen that MEC, Todak, alongside with Expand being the more passive one amongst the 2, we've seen some desperation come out for Todak to look for those early fights. The same goes for MEC from Magna Esports. We need to see teams either camp around them like WAG, because they are natural catalysts in this game. They are natural dominoes that want to tip over to cause that chain reaction. We've seen a lot of teams kind of hover around at least one of these Malaysian squads just in case they get into a fight that doesn't include them.
Yeah, let's see though. Let's see if that's something they can decide on real quick. Right now, we are just waiting. I know we just came from a break, but this also is a good chance for the team to check up on how they would be playing into the next 3 maps, because we talk about how crucial it is. And if you're experiencing some issues, some lags, or probably some any issues that would affect your gameplay, and this is where everything needs to be fixed. So apologies for the wait, and hopefully you enjoy chatting with the other survivors in there, especially on YouTube, as well as hearing us talk more about the teams, because there's a lot of showing from some of the teams right now who really needs it. But for those who were almost there by the end of yesterday, they're faltering. from today. Magna Esports, we've seen great potential. They managed to get top 6 by the end of yesterday or beginning of this day, but unfortunate for them, they only grabbed 7 points after 3 games. Same goes with Contender, and more unfortunate for Todak, only 5 points after 3 maps.
I think a lot of the other squads, after seeing a couple of success stories from the Malaysian squads, the only way to improve is just to fight back, right? I think that these teams have now been given the green light by their coaches. If you must show resistance, especially when it comes down to that first ring, fight back. There is no reason not to, and considering that the safety protocols have been very sharp in the last 3 maps itself, I think that it's a totally viable way for these teams to play.
And let's see though, another viable possibility that will be happening later on is WAG moving up, because from yesterday's gameplay they did get the Booyah in Solara, and they did get a huge amount of elimination points, 23 to be exact. So it's a 35-pointer coming from one game, and matching it with the other matches, especially in the latter part of the day from yesterday, like it was just huge. That made them move up to the top 6. But it's the same story overall for everyone. Keep themselves in the top 6, not let go of any like potential win in fights, as well as just pull away from early engagement that you are not prepared to go for.
From 12th place all the way up to 10th place, these teams, they have nothing to lose. They just need to fight. From 9th place all the way to 6th place is where the teams honestly need to be a little bit more consistent in their overall all-ins. Now that we're going into Solara, there's more reason to actually get into these early fights, as a lot of these POIs are pretty spread out. Well, I mean, it's a give or take. The center of the map is still very highly contested. The same goes for each sides. Really depends on what the drop is going to look like. But at least for the top teams, not only do they have to guarantee themselves at least like 11 points in these to stay in the running of top 6 and not to lose their position, but they also have to worry about the mid game, because that's the biggest problem. We've seen these teams sneak into the last zones with minimal resources, but they don't necessarily find booyahs when all the pressure is pushing them into a corner.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that pressure is real building up for teams right now. Only those who are cool, calm, and collected and might be able to capitalize on all that mental strength that they have put up after years of practice and years of experience as well in playing professional Free Fire. So let's see though if there will be some showing as well into some of the new contenders, and the names are Gendra as well as Magna Esports, because similar to what we've seen in BTR, when they were introduced in FFWS Southeast Asia, they just showed up. They were titled the Falcon Hunters, and now, despite of not getting early, they're still in that spot where they can get to their own ways once they get into Grand Finals. But they have to stick with their gameplay. Winning gameplay is what they need to do. The same goes for the rest of the teams, but let's see if the shine will be brighter on the other side of this map, because Solara is here, and the newest map brings newest potential of grabbing that booyah.
Stay present, everybody. This is what Solara is all about. A fun time for our survivors, but really, it is just waiting for that moment where you can just get some lead into the back of somebody's temple. Now, early drops have already come down. A very standard deviation here is not that bad. It cuts right through the middle. Not perfectly, but just enough so that we get an even spread. We see that Studio already being taken control over by EVOS, and they've got a very wide spread of their own, knowing that nobody else is within the area to contest them for now. Closest team is far to the west side of Solara.
Yeah, let's see though. I don't think there will be that much for early engagement right now, because we talk about pressure, we talk about how they need to go for survivability, and even how close WAG is with Evo's Divine. In Bloomtown, there's still a lot of places to cover, so they need to loot up first, prepare for that battle, and I'm seeing like the pattern from how WAG is treating every engagement. They wait for the gunshots, they get close to a certain point where once the gunshot and the smoke has died down, that's where they start to fire back, and it's a cleanup coming from WAG. Hopefully they can maintain that right now because a lot of teams has breached that 100-point mark, but they're still very close between each other.
Yeah, no, WAG is just playing for thirds. I think it's very clear what exactly they want to do in these fights. And now we cut back over to EVOS' side. They want to play a little bit more passive here by Studio, but they didn't manage to scout out what possibly could be stopping them from getting into these next rings. Luckily, the first ring has been predetermined. A very nice spread towards the center of the map, and you can see that EVOS is already by the edge of it. I'm not expecting early fights at this point, because if there was an early fight, the kill feed would be lighting up right now.
Yeah, definitely. I think with that break, as well as some of the technical pause, we have seen a little bit slowdown from the teams, but Kagendra, I'm not quite sure what the plan is. I'm pretty sure they could have expected that someone would be in this area in Studio, but Evo Zivine is not, even Evo Zivine is not risking it. So they're the ones being chased, and Ray might be in trouble. 3 of those weapons pointing at him, Riptide Rhythm, plus an FGL, everything being thrown onto Ray, together with the kitchen sink, and the rest of the teams of Evo Zivine just standing back. And it's a good thing that Ray managed to survive as well and recovered.
Yep, he had a good reaction time, but they knock him down, and Kagendra taking the zip, sorry, not taking the zip, taking the slide rails to pull attention to, from Abax. And Abax, he's already got chunked out. Rasha, he's making the run, and Irap in perfect position to try to shoot them out of the air. Unfortunately, has to reload. This is so upsetting for Kagendra. They get the drop on EVOS. They weren't able to 100-0 the target that they were looking for. Irap changed, is in. CT7 is out, and they couldn't find the angle despite having premium setups.
Yeah, at that point, I guess like the decision of not using that Nikita would be a problem. A quick reload is helpful at that point, or even a Luna, wherein the fire rate will be much quicker, but it only happens in Clash Quad. But let's see though, as we can see at Magna Esports putting a little bit of pressure on BTR, but I don't think BTR would be buying that pressure though. Dix has been taken out. They managed to pull away with a launch pad and using that arsenal right now to cover their jump. Though they lost one, but it was smart and quick decision that has been made by Magna or by BTR to survive even longer. Magna Esports a little bit too aggressive, didn't even see and felt Shin from behind, and the cord will clear out those blue walls, but it puts him in a difficult position right now if in case Magna Esports decided to far back. It's a good thing the rest of the teams of Team Flash is on their way for backup, and well, this might be it for the 2 players of Magna Esports.
Magna Esports, the formation is currently broken in half. Getbu finally goes down. Alif is the next to get knocked down. The Zom is already kind of working on these blue walls as we speak, and now that they've already used their time turner, they gotta back away, right? Because again, the kill contract is still coming into play. They can track that last guy. However, Magda is running into another member of EVOS Divine. Is it the whole squad? Yeah, it looks like the whole squad has been sitting by Archway, and this is perfect. Flash, they spot out EVOS Divine. Now they have to fight. They don't have a choice as the Riptide Rhythm has come in. Rasha finds Shin's head, and the Zom in trouble. But Ray quickly turning the corner with the help of the Tunya gets blown up by the Zom. He's landing some good shots here, and Rasha needs to kind of back him up, but the angles are not working when it's this close. Gochil as well doesn't have CQC weapons ready to go for him. He's got the Trogon right now, but he didn't reload it in time, and he ends up going down anyways, just when he does.
Oh, I mean, EVO's breaking down right now. Only a couple of players remaining, and they're still in the area. There goes the takedown by Rastia with the Max 7, and let's see if he can take another one. But ABCD is on the chase with the Trogon as well as FGL. That FGL, but is it enough for Russia? Is that time enough for Russia to bring back the teammates? I guess it is. That quick fingers coming from the Wonder Kid has saved the team. Now going Kendra right now, going into the battle against Expand at this point. Into the tube they go, and everyone's blocking every exit in this area. But Rap is going solo. Too fast, didn't turn around in the perfect timing in. It might be the end for Expand, and it is. They are placed 12, and putting a damage on Kagendra right now with only 1 casualty is not enough to bring the team down.
I don't know. I have I'm sorry. battlefield awareness aside and looking at the landscape, I think that has to be by far the worst fight we've seen. Why would you funnel into the tube? You had another access point. Yes, the other person, your last remaining member, can cover your back from that entrance because he was a little delayed. But why are we all just bunching up by that tube? We have other angles to play with. What are we doing here?
Exactly. I mean, a good enough glue wall can delay any push from either side. And you did mention another opening on the side of that too, but quick decision. I think that is not the best that we've seen from some of the teams, especially for those hanging at the bottom of the leaderboard. So hopefully that will be fixed and we might see great improvement. But is there enough time for them to work on it? Because we are, as you did mention, last leg, the final stretch of the knockout stage. And with those mistakes, I would say it's not just a mistake. It's a wrong mistake. It's double up. Double up on the problem.
It's pretty terrible. It's pretty terrible, right? You should, again, especially at this level, mistakes like that costs your entire squad to go down. And I think this is going to be a very tough lesson for them to learn, but an important one to remember. As much as you want to double, triple peak somebody, you also have to keep in mind that corridors are not exactly the best places to try to make that happen. What you're looking for is corners specifically, turning around the corner and then having 3 or 4 people looking in the same direction. If you're all lined up, and especially when you get put in a crossfire, then you basically have no counterplay, right? You're depending on your active skills to get you out of there, which was another question that I had. Weren't they running the Oscar? Was it on cooldown? I'm pretty sure they also had access to the Riptide Rhythm as well, and I did remember seeing it shot out earlier, so I'm less concerned about it, but for now, Heavy on the aggressive. Oh, and especially against Flash, this is actually perfect. If Heavy wins this fight against Flash, they set themselves up for success, and the Zom takes out the Cry. The Zom has been on fire today.
Oh, definitely. I mean, the Zom right now, let's see if the pickup can be done. It's only a few HP remaining on Dawn Cry, but nope, there will be no pickup, and this might be a decided decision that Heavy needs to pull away. No chance to step into slide rails just yet, just on the next compound, and they felt a little bit of heat as well on the other side coming from RQ and Team Vitality, or Bigatron by Vitality. So Heavy, who was about to pounce on Team Flash, is now in trouble. 0 elimination. There's nowhere that you want to be if in case you're trying to move up, because you might lose out on a lot, especially from this game. But as you can see into our leaderboard, Heavy has a little problem to losing out that top 10 spot because they are currently on second. But as long as you maintain I think you mentioned 7 or 11 points in the least for each game, then that would be the safest spot for you.
I am curious about Flash's composition, whether or not they were running either the Steffi or maybe even the A1 for themselves, because it felt like this was a very prime opportunity to start lobbing in nades, looking for that a very obvious 3-wall guarantee Oscar Valiant dash, but we didn't see any of those things actually happen. So it goes to show this defensive lineup. Oh, hold on, because those rotations are starting to be made in by Todak, and I'm pretty sure that RRQ was shooting directly at them based on the minimap. We caught on over to EVOS though, because they're still on the recovery spree. However, Magna Esports are in the same position as them. They gotta hunt them down though. Turns the corner. It's almost good, but not good enough. Holding on to the Valiant Dash until the very end. Getboo goes down. Nicely played by Abax there. Very, very patient. And Aleph has already been spotted, and the rest of EVOS are now on the hunt.
Yeah, I mean, Magna Esports, who one player has been taken by Todak and now being hunted by Evo Divine, would be in trouble. But going on the other side, WAG, who wants to be quiet right now, is wreaking havoc against Kagendra, and an M79 as well as M590 coming from T Kui would be the deadly formula that Kagendra needs to deal with. 3 eliminations already and 1 more to go to completely wipe out Kagendra. And a good angle needs to be taken by the team at this point if they want to spot out easy for Rapid. Blues closing in, and this will push them. But there goes the rush, and Kagendra would be out. And not quite sure if staying in there for a long time could have helped them survive, but I think that is a decision that Raph needs to take at that moment. GOW right now taking in not so much of damage against Todak, and well, on the other hand, it's Todak who would be in the pickle right now. Once again, Faiz would be the only one player remaining for this team, and it's not looking good for the team from Malaysia.
It is not looking good at all. This entire time, Dian has been running the Homer in the past couple of games as well. Hasn't really changed off of it. But unfortunately, unable to kind of maximize the prime scenario for homers, which is to catch people out in the open as they are transitioning or rotating into either compounds or the next segment of the map. So far, we've seen that these rotations have been very tight for a majority of these teams. These small... Wait, hold on. GOW now in Archway. They're getting gate kept by Evos Divine, who's currently making sure that they will take their backs, assuming that Dian is unable to do much. Abax is going to hold them back as soon as possible. The Steffi comes out just in time. He still has the Valiant dash. He breaks through just the edges of it. Abax is deep in the lines, but unfortunately, Kochio doesn't have an angle, and Ray can only do so much. GOW walk away with a man advantage.
Oh, I mean, the OW managed to get away from that Valiant dash, and Eva's Divine delay on the push together with a Bay Abax who went in for the rush would be crucial for them, and they will be losing out right now, and Eva's Divine would be eliminated. But Sodak, who managed to revive one of their players as the engagement is happening between GOW and Eva's Divine, did the right decision. Just stay quiet, make sure that no one hears your footsteps, and you can go in for the vending machine. For RQ right now, there's no quiet place for this team because they are going against BTR, and we've seen how aggressive BTR is, and RQ wants to deal with that aggression.
They have to make a choice here. Does BTR want to still keep doing this? Glue wall melters as the battle lines happen. Said Valiant dashes to actually cut down that great wall. Koja accidentally knocks himself down, and Abe ends up getting eliminated. Todak, in the meantime, end up bowing out, but RRQ definitively walk away from this fight with plenty of men to fight back. They're even going to get the revive by 18 there, but it's not going to be easy now with the FGLs being spammed against him. They want to deny the revives. Dutz is back on his feet as we cut to the fight with GOW alongside Flash. It's attempt number 2 here as we see that Heavy has controlled this compound for a long period of time, unable to walk out, and GOW is going to ensure that they're not going to recover.
There's a Vietnamese civil war happening on this side, and Blues closing in. GOW will try to pull away, but another team coming from the same region would be waiting for them. Now, this is a lot of infighting coming from these teams, and GOW needs more points. But unfortunately for them, they're losing out players as well because they pulled away in the wrong timing into the crosshairs of WAG, who's just waiting for everyone to finish that engagement. Baal rushes in as well, and I don't think that is a good decision, but for Virtus Pro, who has been waiting for the perfect opportunity to go for the engage, meets up with Team Flash. It seems like Team Flash, not so much of the offense being done by Virtus Pro, and Team Flash wins this fight. VP would be taken out. We are down to 7 teams.
Oh man, VP so unlucky that they got griefs hella hard, and now Heavy trapped inside. GOW paying the price to lock their brethren in this place, and now Tikoi, he's having the time of his life alongside Xbor. We're seeing 11 eliminations from WAG, currently untouched and in the god spot of the map. That slight elevation has given them so much of an advantage. Same goes for Flash and Getbu. He doesn't want to show himself, just chill. He ends up still bowing out at this point. He's so low as well, barely visible up on that map. Flash finally take him off. This was to be expected, but they are currently a man down. They have to keep this fight as tight as possible. Death, he needs a pick. He's looking for it. They find one in Shin. The Zom trades his life in response, but WAG, too good of a spread, a god spot to work with. Big points for WAG as they achieve the booyah.
Definitely, I mean, they finished that off very quickly, and that's what I'm talking about, speed. WAG goes for a perfect time, and they even have an insurance policy in the name of X4, who is keeping distance and getting good angles as well once the front line has broken through. And This is just pure perfection in the gameplay in the final circle coming from WAG. Decent amount of elimination plus that Booyah makes them secure their spot into the top 6. And not quite sure though if Team Flash has done enough to cross the border, because they were below the top 6. And with that second place, I don't think they have enough elimination to break through.
I'm not sure just yet. We're going to have to wait until the standings show up before we can actually confirm this. But congratulations to WAG. This is a big point game, securing themselves a minimum of at least 20 points, 20 plus points actually, to shoot them up into the standings. And hopefully, if they can maintain this performance for the next 2 maps, I think they've got top 6 secured, unless we see a big change up in map 5.
Yeah, let's see though. Let's see. There's a lot of changes that might be happening, because we're eyeing into looking into Purgatory, and this is where I think I would be happier, because most instances the flight path is skewed is in this specific map. Though we've seen a little bit of slight skewedness of that flight path in some of the maps, but Purgatory is just the worst when it happens. So if that happens and those on a better spot in getting the top 6 needs to go for the early engagement, but survivability is at risk. A lot is at risk at this point, especially when looking at the final 2 maps.
We've seen a complete change of face for some of these team identities from the regular season now coming in to qualifying for the grand finals. And as we look into the highlights, right, these early fights, again, you have to think twice about it. It's like, yes, we are getting attacked, we are getting griefed, but we need to be able to survive as long as possible. Had EVOS not been able to hit up that vending machine, that would have been the end of their run, and then they would really be worried about the last 2 maps of the day. Now, unfortunately, this one being the worst engagements we've seen so far, and a really good play coming in from Contender. They knew exactly what they wanted to do as long as their anchors are strong. It really comes down to fundamentals for some of these fights, right? Because we're seeing that the Vietnamese teams, when they get into these bouts, they're making sure that they still focus on their fundamentals of what their roles individually must do, and then backing up team members who make the call, especially for Oscar players, because we've seen so many Oscar players get punished being left on their own after breaking the walls.
Yeah, I mean, that's one reason as well why Oscar most of the time is being a tandem with either a Cassie or a Tatsuya as well, so you don't have to go solo. But speaking of solo, Xbor, who was always often to going solo because he's a sniper and hanging in backline, is our MVP with 5 eliminations, 3k and a damage, and he's not the only one who's doing so much work. We've seen T Kui, and we know how T Kui is once he go for a rush, and this is a guy who seldomly needs any backup at all. He just goes in there, he can swing left and right, and he can still make those shots. And I'm loving this version of WAG right now, as well as the strides that they've done. But it's a good thing that Tikui still have some support from the name of Cyrus, and a little bit of another layer of support from PLS1. As you can see, both of Cyrus and PLS1 has that diva, so it means that their priority at this point would be that quick pickup so that they will not be caught off guard just in case one of their players will be knocked down.
It's a good adaptation because WAG was so dependent on Xbor with the previous iterations of their lineup. Now that T-Koi can actually buff up that front line, having technically 2 supports in this case to either help one or the other has really brought this team together. 27 total points by the end of this game. That's a huge jump up. Flash, 23 points, which is still pretty good. They found 14 eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, they got a lot of points right now, but still the question remains, is this enough to put them on the top 6? Because from what we've seen, BTR has done so much, and some of the teams right now, despite of them falling from grace, and this still is a stretch. But today's standings, as you can see, BTR is on top. WAG would be following them and tied with 56 points. On 3rd and 4th would be First Pro and Team Flash. It's just unfortunate that First Pro was eliminated. There's a lot of hopes coming from them. Even Evo's Divine, they are not the Evo's Divine that we were expecting them to do so. They couldn't maintain their top 2 spot, and the other teams are overtaking them. So I won't be surprised if they will be thrown out of the top 3.
Well, let's see. In the overall standings, RRQ still on top. WAG shoot up to second place, overtaking Heavy. And then we have GOW overtaking EVOS Divine. This is what I was talking about, right? Double-digit points is really, really scary. Now, Flash, they're so close. They're right exactly at 100 points. 7 points behind BTR, 9 points behind EVOS. If any one of these teams, and I would even argue for VP as well, still in the contention. 20 points on the board for either one of these teams, and they should be able to secure themselves 4th or 5th spot.
Yeah, I mean, EVOS, there's a lot of hopes coming from them, but the day's performance is not that well. And I hope they have a plan to get back, because Team Flash, we've seen how hungry they are. BTR, I'm pretty sure they don't want to stay in the top 6, and we still have a few more matches to play with. And Team Flash, if they break through the top 6, that means that it's possible that all Vietnamese teams will be getting into the grand finals, but that would mean that some teams will be pushed down, and specifically it might be EVOS or BTR. So a lot of questions that needs to be answered, and a lot of adjustments that need to be made onto the next few games.
Yeah, and hopefully the adjustments are going to be impactful here, right? Because each of these Vietnamese squads, as much as they are smiling and look at each other thinking this is some camaraderie, they're still competitors as soon as they jump off of that plane. I think for the Malaysian squads, unfortunately, things are looking very, very grim if they want to qualify. They're going to have to come up with 2 big games back to back if they want to stand any chance, and even then, it's not in their favor to actually break it into the top 6. It's under the performance of the top 6 itself.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, that is the target, that is the finish line, that is a goal for everyone by the end of this day. And it seems like that finish line it's not static, it's running away from them. Imagine racing through or going into the finish line is running away from you. That's how it feels for those who are the bottom of that bottom half of our leaderboard right now. But let's see though, let's see. Hopefully what's happening with the team, it only motivates them to perform even more. But those, we talk about mental fortitude, and those with not so much of stronger mental fortitude might be in the losing streak at this point, if it's evident that they don't have what it takes to get to the grand finals.
Oh, I mean, a lot of questions about that grand finals, right? It's such a struggle for everybody here for this last chance. I think it's going to motivate them even more once they make it into the grand finals. If not, they just could get gunned down. But one of the teams that I'm excited to see here is VP, right? Yes, I didn't put them in my predictions to make it to that next round, but even so, I know that you did, Neptune, and there's a good reason why, right? This team is so explosive. When they're doing well, they're doing really, really well. But when they're doing awfully, you don't even get to see them on the map. Sometimes you even miss them in the kill feed.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see though. We'll see. Hopefully that stealth would be their saving grace to be able to get into grand finals. Not being seen is what some of the big teams has done quite well. Similar to what we've seen RRQ earlier. I mean, we barely see them go for an engagement or a report, but United does the same thing. Team Falcons does the same thing. I know I keep throwing team names that's not playing right now, but it's just a similarity that I'm seeing, and it does work. It does work in most cases. So let's see if this is something that they can put up as well as make work in the final 2 matches. But I'm real excited on how the flight path in Purgatory is going to look like. I'm not hoping I'm wrong. I'm hoping it would be a huge flight path. Before we go anywhere else, let's take a look at team stats of Magna Esports. Currently 9 in terms of elimination with 27, almost 30k on damage, and for assists on 18th with 37. But they are in the trouble zone with plenty of points that is needed, 35 to be exact, to cross the boundary and get over Team Flash. There's a lot of work that needs to be done by these Malaysian teams.
Yeah, I would say a little too much work, right? I'm not getting my hopes up to set myself up for disappointment later down the line if they don't make it, but if they happen to, that would be kinda sick. In the meantime, though, as we are doing our final checks on the players, make sure that the devices are working and ready to go before we start heading on into the map. Oh, I'm not sure how this is going to play out. I really don't, especially for like Purgatory as well. If this map is going to be skewed, we could get like an epically fast game, or we're going to have the most passive game of all time.
Well, it is a huge map, so there's a potential for the latter as well. So I'm looking forward to how it's going to end up, and that's why it excites me to see a skewed flight path. And this is just where it happens most. It's not only that. If you've seen from the past, probably a year or 2 years back, Purgatory is where the water circle often happens as well. So Purgatory is living up to its name. It's just bringing trouble to the troubled souls that is already dealing with pressure, especially in the latter part of this knockout stage.
Well, looks like these players are about to start heading into it, right? Headsets back on, they're getting their final checks and are getting informed that it is about time that we start loading up into this lobby in just a bit before we start launching ourselves up for this 5th map. And right now, we just want to see the performance of the early game, right? Because so far, the early game is predetermined so many of the fates of our teams before we even get to the mid game. Most of the time, we're seeing a natural magnetism between the squads to lean into each other for at least 2 maps straight, right? Whenever the first conflict happens on the southern side, suddenly the northern side is basically untouched for VP to start walking in and get big points. Other times, it can split itself into 2 sides depending on what that third ring specifically looks like.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what I love about with the dynamics of Battle Royale, especially in Free Fire, all those movement would not be the same every time. Even the adjustment is needed. A lot of adjustment is needed, and that's why we keep talking. Like, those are key words: adjustment, rotation, and as well as how they can improve their gameplay. It's more of how they can go with the dynamics of Battle Royale much better than the other teams. And we've seen that from the other teams. Some faltered because, yes, they were playing safe, but towards the end, or like the mid-game, wherein there's potential of them getting the scores, that's where they fall down. So let's see if anyone would be falling down right now or rising to the challenge to get to the top 6, because we are up to the final 2 games, and it would be in Purgatory next.
Oh, hopefully you guys just, if you're feeling tired with like how long it takes to get into these maps, don't worry, because Red Bull has got you guys covered, right? Go check out their new product, the Zinc and Vitamin, from Thailand specifically. If you're looking for a decently healthy option with a taste that honestly isn't too strong, so you can chuck 2 or 3 of these cans, I would highly suggest just, if it's an emergency, sure, but in most cases, just take it slow, man, because you only need one of these cans to stay highly focused and to be able to seize every opportunity to achieve those stylish booyahs inside and outside a game.
Yeah, take it from me. I mean, most of the time I go for half first, and then once I'm needed the second half, then that's when I go for the full can. And well, that would depend on what you're going to do right now. And that's the reason as well why we have this energy, because of the energy that is being entrusted by Red Bull. So I'm trusting that everyone who is enjoying the game right now, because we're on. And let's see if any of the teams would be troubled in this map, because neither heaven nor hell can save the stragglers in Purgatory.
Only one of our players, one of these squads, one of these teams is going to be able to achieve that booyah. And it looks like the standard deviation, honestly, it's not as skewed as I thought it was going to be. It's ever so slightly skewed, but it's perpendicular to ski launch. You can tell by the building, you can tell by the line that they are going a straight cut down path. does beg the question where a majority of these teams are going to land, because naturally, if we get an even spread across the map, 90% of the time it leads the rings to head closer to Brasilia because it's right smack in the center. But the spread on Golf Course Quarry as well, I think that's 2. I'm not sure if I saw a third team there, but down by the south sides, RRQ and as well as Magna very close to each other. I think I just saw Heavy at the end, but Hot Drops already through. EVOS facing off against Todak in the building. Plenty of glue walls to be thrown as Abax manages, almost gets out, but a little too late. This scythe coming in from Ray, it looks like he's been playing a lot of Clash Squad, does not find a gun, and that's first blood here. EVOS luckily managed to bail out in time.
It's a good thing Russia managed to get away, because you did mention a Clash Squad, and you've seen the site, how deadly it is on CS, and well, EVOS almost in trouble. We've seen them falter from second place or top place, and now they are on the 5th, and there's nowhere that they want to be. But the same goes for Expand right now. They've lost one player, and Bots would be the next. A little bit too early on that Steffi, and now let's see if they can make it work. ABCD just rushes through and just say hello and goodbye to Vaults at this point, and the rest of the teams might be dealing with him. Vaults will not be waltzing anymore, and ABCD takes him out with an AC-80.
Unlucky for Expand. Every single motion and every bit of ground they decided to take ended up just being a crossfire. I thought it was strange initially that ABCD was willing to trade Valiant dashes, but I think it makes a lot more sense keeping in mind that the rest of his team is not too far away. Now, Luffy does find Rashia finally at the very end as Expand chases him down the field. Don't worry about EVOS, they still have one of their members still alive. Every bit of time that Rashia can provide for him would be ideal. But at this point, it's a pretty good start for Expand for now. Oh, wait, hold on. They're gonna gun down here as the Zom's still on it today.
All right, Team Flash, you know how it is. They see blood, they are like sharks, and they go for it. Team Flash right now, 3 eliminations, a little bit too early, and we were expecting it to be slow, but no one is going with that script right now. RQ spotting EVOS Divine, and this might spell trouble for the White Tigers. And the Garuda at this point is also feeling some trouble going against the God of Wolf. A lot of animals in this gameplay, a lot of I would say beasts that is showing their fangs and their teeth right now, and as you can see, a lot of damage as well. But Avax might be the one feeling damage as well as the entire team. Valiant dash to break through against Avax, but 18-0 would be here with that M590. Tries to pull away, but I think deed has been done in terms of recovering their teammates, because the EVOS Divine is not out just yet. There's still one more player who will be coming back, but RRQ is still in this area, and it might be trouble for them, and not giving way for Russia to go for the revive.
Yeah, the chain deaths are brutal. EVOS have barely gotten to play the game at this point. RRQ already throwing out that kill contract towards the Axel, who manages to catch it. But at this point, Expand, they've lost the majority of their members. Everybody else is looking to recover. Even EVOS managed to get their whole squadron back up despite almost having 2 close encounters. And we watch BTR face off against Magna, and they already found one with the help of the nade coming in from Koja to find that pick. Turns it into a 2v4, and this should be easy pickings for BTR. Nix is gonna get chunked out, but there we go. Jun goes down, and luckily Raz is revived in time before Koja picks him up. No! They even pick him off as well! They caught everybody!
Koja with a 2K, and well, it was AC-80 in there for a takedown. Well, Magna Esports, unfortunate for them, they're a good spot at the beginning of the day, but BTR just says no, stay down, because they want to secure their spot as well. And you know how it is. This is the fight for the top 6. No one would be letting go, even if those coming from the top at the end from the beginning of this day, like EVOS Divine, is in trouble. So I'm still worried on how these teams will be maintaining their composure despite of all the pressure. But I love that EVOS Divine, Rasia to be exact, wasn't spotted by RQ, and he was going solo in there. But did mention that the full squad has been revived, so it's just a delay for the White Tigers to make their approach.
Yep, and this delay really hurts their plans, right? Because we know how they love to have some high-level gear as they run around this map, right? And Russia, he's still chilling. It's like, I'm trapped.
He's trapped, bro. I don't think any way of jumping can get him through that, and it's just a matter of the zone taking him out. He's trying. He's trying. Let's see if he can do it, but I don't think there's anything that he can do.
Yeah, from that height as well. I was thinking whether he would like glue wall and like try to hop the glue wall, but even then, yeah, no, from this height as well, he probably died just hitting the ground. And RRQ, they double check the area as well with kill contract. Rather surprised that they have done so, but now they're gonna go inside the blue and play from here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they used the binocular as well to spot spot Russia, but didn't see them. So not for sure if they're assuming that he's on a rooftop, and like they couldn't even farm 1 point. So just let it go. Just let it go. Just move away, and I guess you can find a few more points later on. For Heavy, this is one of their best map from yesterday, or well, not so best because they only have 10 elimination, but they did get their second Booyah in this specific map. So there's a huge chance that Heavy can even overtake WAG if the same script is followed from yesterday.
Now we watch Virtus Pro, right? Because again, currently marking T-Quake from WAG's side. We do see that Contender is actually not too far away from them. I think this is golf course? No, it's not. As they continue to move on through the area, they gotta make sure that they don't end up getting pinched, right? Because right now, it looks like a majority of that circle is leading over Marble Works, Quarry, and Golf Course, the furthest western side island. This could potentially pull back to the right, assuming that a majority of squads are coming through those three entrances. The bridgeways, which is currently being controlled by RRQ and Bigatron on both ends.
Now let's see though if they'll be able to maintain that control. But on the other side, Virtus Pro peeling away from Team Flash.
My God.
I guess that was a mistake. The angle is quite wrong and gave an opening to Team Flash to gun them down. But let's see if Contender will be able to finish the job. Diamond right now in play, and Raph with the Drogon managed to clear it out. And Virtus Pro eliminated. And that is quite quick. But here, they pull in Contender and Todak, two teams that need the point the most. And let's see who's going to survive.
As they're trying to create a crossfire here. Wait, they didn't notice. Evo's actually not too far away. Irup has been getting some really good angles, trying to punish Faiz as well, but they've already taken down Videls. Noki does find Easy for dead. But now for Raf is the next one. Noki is going to get right in front of his face. He distracts him, traps, turns the corner, but it's a little too late. Videls is back on his feet, and they've already taken out the front line of Contender. Irup can't do anything about it. Flash looking at this fight. The revives have already come through, but that's some important eliminations as Irup goes for another swing to Videls. Doesn't connect it, and this Arsenal just completely locked down.
I love the decision being done by Urav at that point because he just stayed in there in huge angle for the snipe, but he is staying in the revive platform. So even at this point, well, there's still a cooldown that needs to be done or that needs to be waited on, but he might be able to revive one more player from them. Great decision coming from Contender to keep themselves afloat, and I would love to see more of that from Contender.
I would love to see more as well. I'm also curious about the rotation from Todak because we only saw them leap on in at the last second after VP started their fight against Contender, who already positioned themselves in front of them. So that was a unfortunate chain of events for VP. But now we look at WAG, Mount Villa. They're trying to control that area behind the mountain inside the blue as we cut back to RRQ following along the UAV into the golf course and controlling the mouth of it. But Heavy, they're so close. And they're on the roof as well. Did they not see each other?
I believe they did. I believe they did because both, like one player from both teams moved up and has been seen. So this would be an engagement that we're waiting for. And as you can see, three teams, once again, from Vietnam. It's WAG, Heavy, as well as GOW, who have potential for engagement. And not quite sure what the plan is for everyone, but it seems like the rotation is quite similar for these three teams. But unfortunately, Raz will be taken down here, and didn't see where he came from. But with what happened to Kagendra, they will be spreading out because of the revive. Now, let's see if WAG can go for a different rotation right now. They want to play passive. They want to secure placement point and deal with elimination later on. So I guess that plan is still working.
Expand also going towards that northern side here. I mean, coming back to that plan here, I don't think Heavy is going to let them go for free. They were just on their tail. I'm pretty sure that WAG is aware of this, right? They're trying to sneak in from Mount Villa, but unfortunately Heavy have kept even further underneath the radar to mirror their exact movement to get a free way in. Now, they can quickly just go to the lower ground and then move towards that northern side. They are using the binoculars to check their back, and GOW actually is on the furthest southern side of the golf course, and Heavy, I'm pretty sure they can see the backs of WAG right now, but they can't see the full entire squad. They're going to need to close the distance because on the north side, we've seen that Expand alongside with Flash and Toda have all made a decision that they want to die on this hill.
Let's see now who will be going down on this hill. It is Expand going against Team Flash and Todak. I believe only 1 or 2 player is in the area after a revive that has been done. It's Loki! Managed to take down Loki from that window. And Too Fast is doing his best to recover and revive with teammates. But that has put attention onto Todak right now. And it's a 3-way battle and no one wants to step out. But speaking of 3-way, another 3-way might be happening. GOW right now going in for a fight against WAG. Xbor is down, Tikui is down as well. The team that mostly is doing the third party is being hit hard by GOW, and a third party is coming in from the name of Heavy.
Alright, and GOW should be able to win this. Traps is able to find it Too Fast off screen, but WAG have taken too many casualties here to be able to recover safely. GOW still haven't lost a member just yet, but they will take out WAG, stopping their streak from map 4. Now Heavy, the next competitor to take them out. The glue wall melters are being thrown as Alan is trying to lead the charge to cut towards their left side to break their left flank. However, with the Valiant Dash, it creates an opening. Deanne goes down instantaneously as we see Kagendra finally bowing out of the competition. RIP trying to go for the low ground, realizes that they can't just play from low. They have to maintain this, maintain the height, and they do find Alan initially, but Kabi takes down RIP. Demon fights off with Alan, takes him out, and Demon takes out Don't Cry. They've beaten Heavy, and now it's just one more to secure this win. Mufasa will go down. Hans is dead, but at least he can be revived on his knees, but still alive. Kabi, can he turn this around? He's gonna try, but there's just a nest of glue walls that they can't get through.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, once GOW recovers, it would be a rush on Kabi right now, and Kabi might not be ready to go in for the fight. He does have that AWM. He might be able to land one shot, but from behind, it's Team Flash. No, it is Razia from Eva's Divine. Managed to hit him. A lot of teams had all those attention on the high ground, and it's just unfortunate that they have lost that fight. Now, we're down to 7 teams right now, and Team Flash potentially would be the next one to go out. For RRQ, they need to deal with Sodak, and all that pressure together with Blue would be detrimental to Sodak's move into the next phase of the circle. Even Team Flash from behind might be the threat, but Doots will be going down, but the deed has been done, and RRQ has dealt with 3 players from Sodak already. Only Videls remain. The pickup has been done. Riptide Rhythm coming out of nowhere and opens up the door to Videls.
We do see that BTR currently in engagement with EVOS Divine. I mean, the launcher coming in from Dut alongside with even a charge buster? Okay, fair enough. BTR, they wiped the floor with EVOS. Russia all by himself. He's hoping that somebody can bail him out of the scenario. Somebody third these guys as Russia hits the deck. No, everybody else, they've led them into other stragglers. We see that on the opposite end, even Flash taking shots from afar. RRQ and BTR, the last 2 squads with full members as they finally eliminate Todak. It's a Clash Squad mode right now.
Yep, BTR on 6, RRQ on number 1 before the game has started. And with this, I think BTR has already done a lot in able to for them to keep themselves in the top 6. But if they take down RQ right now, they would secure that game because only one game match left. Kyung has been taken down, and Azrael managed to knock down Abe, and it is now Dix who needs to do double work together with Koja, and we know how Koja is. He might be able to clutch this against Dudes, and he does! Maal only remaining. BTR looking at another booyah, another Indonesian team taking the reign, and they are on fire.
And that is a big win for BTR. A huge win, in a matter of fact, because this will secure them their top 6 position. This is what they were looking for, and I think they've kind of set the tone for the last map. It doesn't matter how badly they do. There's no way there's going to be multiple teams earning 20 to 30 points by the end of map 6. Well done to BTR. This is such an important point collection.
Definitely, I mean, well done indeed, but I'm still worried about some of the teams, especially Evo's Divine, because they were having some troubles from the beginning up until the time that they get eliminated, and they might be pushed down even further than top 6. But for BTR, no problem. They had the most booyah from yesterday up until today, and I can't stress enough how or where they come from yesterday. They were in the bottom, and then they catapulted themselves on the top right now, and I believe they will be next to RRQ in terms of placement.
Yep, yes they will. They're in a great position so far. It's really, I mean, BTR is one of those teams is when you count them out is where they feel the strongest, really. They've clutched it way too many times, and I think this time we're getting a good showing of what BTR truly is capable of, especially in Battle Royale mode. I think, you know, the Clash Squad has had its ups and downs, but generally speaking, I think this has been a really good showing for not only the Indonesian teams, but the fact that they can maintain themselves and keep composure under pressure, especially when multiple thirds start rolling through one by one.
Definitely, I mean, that was so crucial from that final moment. He did mention about third. Some might have potential of surviving because of third party, they just lose out. And a story is still continuing. We still have one more map to go, but that battle for the top 6 is getting even tighter. It's like how the gap between the teams, I believe, is very small from the 4th to the 7th, if that's based on my calculation, and some might be feeling in trouble of not making it to grand finals despite of how much effort they've done in early parts of this day.
Teams are getting punished for not participating, right? Again, there needs to be some form of interaction to affect the rest of this lobby. If not, you're not going to be able to secure consistent amounts of points, assuming that your whole game relies on a single decision. And I think that BTR has played those decisions a lot better this time around. Koja, no surprises here, going to be the MVP. He has opened up so many opportunities and landed so many shots, especially, I love BTR's uses of grenades just in general, whether it be launchers, whether it be traditional frags, whether you have the Alvaro or not, or even the Beaston. Just the amount of pressure to influence the direction of which a team will peak sets BTR up for success.
Koja, I mean, after multiple attempts of really being in the front line, he puts in that Kairos, the defense breaker, made him even more tougher. And that's one reason why he can clutch up a lot of engagement. 6 elimination on him, 2,900 on the damage, but it's not just him. Like 4 elimination from Dix and 9 assists, 4 and 7 for Azrael. And well, as we look at the rest of the teams right now, so we have 2 potential frontliners and Dix as support, but as you can see, Azrael, I'm not seeing a basic sniper build from these players. I was expecting Azrael to do so, but Joel has taken over the reign of being a sniper. So with that lineup alone, with the roster as well, they are going full on into the aggression.
28 points, and it makes sense, right? Because Azrael has been, it never looks to be too far away from the team like we see most snipers like to position themselves. Exmore is like a very big, huge dominator in that factor of how a 3-1 should look like exactly, but BTR, with their flexibility of today and the momentum that they're running through, 28 total points is a ridiculous amount to get this late into this stage. Todak did get 17, but just look at that score. BTR now overtaking that second spot. EVOS, luckily they recovered just enough. They got just enough placement points with 2 eliminations to keep themselves in it to win it, but Flash is literally 3 points away right behind them. And even GOW, right, with 127, already has a 10-point gap between themselves and EVOS.
Yeah, I still couldn't say that GOW and EVOS are safe right now. We still have one more map to go, and we've seen Team Flash. I know they are a little bit too hyper-aggressive, and they are losing out a lot of fights, thus they couldn't break through top 6, but last game, only a few points remaining, 3 points between them and EVOS, and if the same gameplay coming from EVOS will happen in Nexterra, we might see 4 Vietnamese teams heading into the grand finals, and only 2 of the Indonesian teams, which is RQ and BTR, who would be joining the remaining 6 who's waiting already on that spot.
What did I tell you, Neptune? I told you the Vietnamese were not happy not qualifying enough people to EWC. So they're like, you know what? Global Finals, that's where it's going to be at. We're going to go to the World Series Grand Finals, and we're going to show them what we're all about. This is the last time you're going to see these teams do this cheer before they head on into this map. And it's high stakes because, again, a majority of these teams feel like they don't run for the contention. But if they have one hell of a hot game and certain variables fall into their favor, they just might sneak their way into the top 6.
Let's see though who's sneaking their way in the top 6. Todak, as much as I want to believe that they'll be able to make it, it is just so much in terms of point difference. The only thing that I'm looking into for Todak is just to give a good show. Make sure that they don't falter, deny anyone who is in contention of the top 6, and like we might see more of that, even more. And I would want to see Magna Esports to go there as well, but 21 points behind Virtus Pro is just enough, and 45 points to be able to overtake Team Flash is just too much as well. So I guess there's less contention from the 8th to the 9th, or 8th down. It's more of how the 4th, let's include the 3rd as well. Heavy, WAGGOW, EVOS, Team Flash, and I don't know about the Virtus Pro, but I want to add Virtus Pro as well on how they can switch up that top 6 by the end of today.
Yeah, I think it's worthwhile to include Virtus Pro only because when they do find those booyahs, these are high point value booyahs. These aren't the traditional like, oh, it's just 17, 18 points. No, these are the 23s. These are like the 31s. Like crazy numbers get whipped out. So as long as they're still in the game, there's still a very good opportunity for them to try and contest those spots. For everybody else, it's just how else are you going to maintain? I feel like the top 6 at this point, other than top 1 and top 2, probably are going to chill out. Like WAG, they don't want to interact this soon, but it's just to breathe.
Yeah, I mean, it's just to chill out, relax, keep themselves on, even not so much of elimination, just to go for placement, and they will keep themselves onto the grand, or make themselves step into the grand finals. But there was a lot of effort that has been done from BTR. I couldn't stress it enough. I started I started the day with that hype on Bigatron because they ended yesterday with a bag, and now going in 2nd place, even overtaking EVOS. They're also part of why EVOS is going down on top 6. So not quite sure what the plan would be, and hopefully the hot draw is not part of that plan. If in case there's potential, just pull away. For EVOS Divine, pull away, move to a different spot, spread out so you can prioritize and survivability, and they might not be pushed out.
Oh, I don't know about that, man, because when you get hot dropped like we saw in the previous map in Purgatory, there's kind of no running away from that one. You're trapped in there with them as much as much as they are trapped with you. And Russia did show that he was able to kind of sneak his way out of there, but here are some tough decisions that need to be made when you are going for that drop, and especially when you know you're going to get hot dropped. The question is, spreading out might not necessarily be the best play. You kind of want to be in concentrated areas, close enough to the loot, but not too far away from your teammates in case one of them doesn't get a gun. You're able to respond back straight.
Let's see which decision they're going to make right now. It is left to Nexterra, and so far Evos, this is one of their best map, and hopefully this is where they get out of the rut, get out of that 6th place and secure their spot onto grand finals. And it's just a battle for those who are chasing very close, like Team Flash. So if Team Flash grab this booyah, definitely they will be able to make it into the grand finals, unless the other teams did so much more in terms of points. So a lot of potential, but I love this. It's a cliffhanger of the knockout stage. No one is still decided to go into the grand finals. It's just up to this final match.
It's as close as it's ever going to get, because throughout the season it's so obvious who is winning out on that day. There were 2 teams that are like, okay, they're pretty close, but right now we've got a lot of questions for the top 4, top 5 even, to try and maintain those spots from 6th all the way up to 8th. It's again too close for comfort. It's a lot of pressure here, but it looks like we're about to start as we go into our very final map of the day. This is for all the marbles. This is for top 6 to make it to the Free Fire World Series Grand Final Southeast Asia 2025 fall season. Welcome everybody to Nexterra.
Week 6, map 6, and the aim is top 6. Hopefully you don't translate that to a different different form, but that is the goal of the team right now. The flight path is coming from Intellect Center going into Mudside, but as you can see, a hot drop will be happening, and Team Flash might be capitalizing on this. They only need a few more points to be able to catch up to Evo's Divine, but I did mention that Evo's Divine, this is their best map, and I don't think that chase would be much easier. Team Flash already dropping in. Expand, I think they were a little bit too late. And ABCD, not quite sure what happened. He was just stuck in there, running through the bleachers. And only Team Flash will be able to recover because Expand is doing a number for them. And this is one thing that we've seen so much. And some of the teams who are not, who wouldn't be able to get into the grand finals, they put in a lot of fight into last game, and we expect that from Expand right now.
And Expand, they saw the hot drop happening. They decided to not go for the widespread. Instead, fight for the main building and redistribute the guns out whenever necessary. For now, Shin, he's got a pretty powerful weapon on his hands, and even he's got armor and some medkits, so he's kitted up enough to try and take these pot shots at Expand. But Expand, looky, he's keeping that angle in his line of sight while letting the rest of the Expand members slowly push in to clear out these buildings one by one. Nizam, can he do it? He's been playing hot all day. Whoa, no! This is not looking good for him, but it might be enough to nade. Almost taking him out, but he jumps out of the time turner, thinking that he could make it. Gets clipped at the very end. And now Shin is the next to fall. Didn't get the crossfire set up, and Contender catches them with their pants down. They might have just saved the last member here, but at least Shin gets revived. Flash make it out of this fight, and Expand now must face off against the Kages.
Let's see if Kendra, the Garudas, will be able to fight off against Expand. One has been knocked down already, and Nufi will not be revived. A little bit of quick movement as well to chase out, or probably patrol the area. And too fast isn't fast enough, but fast enough to go for a revive. And Loki will be back. Expand is still in play. Everyone is still in play though, despite of how the early engagement is happening versus Pro, the team that is much more hungrier and can eat. White Tigers are now dealing damage to them.
This is all part of the Virtus Pro plan. If they take out EVOS and minimize how many points they can get, they've got a very good chance at overtaking Flash and as well as EVOS. They're not too far, assuming that they go into the very final circle. They're going to try to ruin their odds, and even RRQ, wait a minute, they're getting involved as well. They don't necessarily need to participate here by Plaza Rio, but they decided to anyways. They want to kind of set the tone, because they know they're in the top spot, and no matter how many points you can achieve, they're not bowing out of the top 6.
Definitely, I mean, RRQ is putting in a fight, and this is something that Virtus Pro needs to work on right now. Good chance as well, or good decision as well, to pull away and just chill a little bit for Virtus Pro, because they don't want to deal with that. Earlier, they were gunning for EVOs, and now RRQ has jumped into the fray, and they don't want to deal with a third party. Even WAG has the potential to go for the third party, and you know that is one of the signature of WAG at this point. For this day, once they hear the engagement, they slowly creep in, and once the gunshot dies down, that's where they just be the wrecking ball to clean the area.
Speaking of wrecking ball here, Virtus Pro, very, very risky of them. Ooh, they're even going to walk out in the open, and finally, information has been given. RRQ did not land the headshot, unfortunately, but we do see that Contender has kind of bailed out of the situation. They're still chasing one of the members from Expand's side. If they're able to pick him up, that would be ideal, but luckily, there is a vending machine. They see each other's shoulders, and unfortunately, Irap manages to get the revive down before he goes. But now, he takes on the fight, ends up bowing out. Unlucky, but at least Easy for Dead is keeping their dreams alive.
Yeah, dream is alive. Easy for Dead is easy to be revived as well. And still 12 teams. We are seeing a lot of engagement, and Magna Esports trying to get away from everyone. And not even any engagement that happened. Now, Virtus Pro feeling the wrath of RRQ, but they did manage to put down 18 Deer. And let's see if this is a chance for RRQ to end the reign of Virtus Pro and stop them from getting into Grand Finals. Maal, the only remaining, only one to go. It's a 1v1 situation. Pickup is being prioritized by Maal at this point, and Exposee is at a loss onto who to choose to take down.
Yeah, there's just too many resources, right? Too many resources from RRQ side. They still are pretty healthy on those glue walls as Maal books it for the vending machine. And Virtus Pro, they've handedly lost that fight. They're gonna have to just walk away from this. The only member alive, they wanted to take out EVOS. EVOS manages to slip out away. RRQ being the saving grace of the current top 6 as VP get eliminated out of this race.
Eliminated out of the race and eliminated out of the grand finals. They've done a lot, but it's not enough. Magna Esports right now, full revival by the Axel, and while there's still a huge point that they need, at least they are fighting at this point. Speaking of fighting, RRQ did mention earlier that despite of them being #1 leaderboard, they are still fighting. They're not giving any chance to whoever they meet in Battlefield to survive, and we've seen that. 4 eliminations on their side, and they're still in the hunt.
Yep, they're still hunting around. They're still looking for opportunities. RRQ literally having taken off the shackles of worrying about how this game is going to play it out. The first ring finally comes to a close. Early fights happening from very specific teams, but now just look at the way that everybody is hovering around Plaza Rio, right? They're waiting for opportunities. They heard the gunshots coming that way. Even for Magna, they managed to slip away through boxing gym in towards the the northeastern side of the map. But that pull on that second ring towards Farmtopia Plaza Rio Grav Lab, that is, I wasn't expecting it to go there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge shift, and it would pull everyone out in the open. Now, speaking of the open, there goes the rush by Expand, and Raz will be taken down. They're still not out, I believe, and Raz will be revived by Irap, and Kakendra quick-minded, quick fingers as well to go in and get the team back together. Now, for Expand right now, 8 elimination, and this is what I'm talking about. Once they get into last game, they just show up, and hopefully this showing up happens a little bit early in the knockout stage for Team Expand. But valiant effort coming from the team. GOW, another team who might be in trouble, but that would depend if Evos would be performing, because Team Flash is the only contender out of the top 6 that might be able to overtake Evos Divine.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking at the score, right, it's so neck and neck. GOW has the same points with WAG, and even so, GOW still has 3 points already from this game alone. EVOS is the one that you have to keep your eyes on alongside with Team Flash, because they are the ones who need to fight each other for that 6th spot, assuming that anybody within the top 5 dies now.
Let's see now. And that's a huge call, a tall order. But speaking of dying, there goes Luffy out, and X-Band would not be sticking around. Well, other than Luffy, who's trying to go in. Not quite sure what the decision was. He just jumped in. Misclick probably, but he does have a launch pad just in case. But I think it will be a little bit too late. He did recover, but no shots landed onto Luki. So not quite sure if it's luck or if it's pure tactics, but he managed to survive.
Oh, the nade spam coming in from Dutz's side. The glue wall melters are highly concentrated on that 2nd floor. WAG even sending T-Query to that top floor just in case things get bad. They need to be able to recover straight away. Now, BTR is taking pot shots at RRQ on the bottom floor, making it difficult for RRQ to really press the advantage here, giving WAG enough time to kind of hold their own and really fortify their position. Now, EVOS Divine is coming up on their back, and RRQ, they are pinched in on this ground floor. They need to make a choice, and their choice is to go into the neighboring building to deny that space. They managed to hold off. Now the Riptide Rhythms, can they save their one member? Maal finally ends up going down into the dirt. Wait, hold on. Coachil, he finds 18 Deer. They might get a little bit more. Wait, 18 Deer. He goes back down again. 2 fine with a single nade. EVOS, they've got the call now, but they also know that WAG is sitting in that next building. They have no way to secure these eliminations. That's technically 2 full squad wipes onto RRQ that they couldn't capitalize on.
Cold Chill could have done with the cleanup if he had enough nade, but he didn't pull it away. At least one elimination for Evo Divine that would help them, and that would be a threat for RQ. So it's either they pull away and WAG would be the next contender against Evo Divine. For GOW, they are playing it safe, trying to go in for long rotation, but Heavy doesn't want to deal with anyone as well. But for Team Flash, this is a team that I don't know what decision would be. Would they be aggressive as they're often are, or would they be passive right now to go for placement, because it's very close. If in case Evo's Divine would be eliminated in this 3-way engagement between RQ and WAG, that gives an opening for Team Flash to get to Grand Finals.
You know, speaking of opening, I think Heavy have recognized that once that blue closes in, half of the map is going to be cut in half by just a body of water. So they need to clear out their backs, as we see BTR in the middle of this fight against Expand, who again, Expand been recovering the entirety of the game. They eventually recovered so well that they were chasing Kagendra to only lose and get a pick off of their own members, and Kagendra ends up chasing Expand back. So it's been a continuous back and forth in this game for Expand, and BTR has been the clear victors in a lot of their scenarios, but this time round, they're just focusing on staying alive. By Grav Labs, they hold on. Kagendra with the late drop on that southern side. We can see it just at the edge of that mini-map. We'll have to deal with GOW first. BTR holding out strong.
Well, let's see though. I mean, BTR, great decision for them as well, not to engage with Expand, because the blue's closing in, and they know that Expand doesn't have an opening onto the edge of the circle once it closes. Kagendra would be eliminated, and it is down to 10 teams. GOW is still part of the mix, and they will be targeting Evo Divine. Great shot onto the window. Glue wall could have prevented that, but they also need an opening just in case, so that they will not be backstabbed later on. But it's not only Evos that's dealing damage to GOW. RRQ is joining the mix, even WAG, and seems like GOW will be falling down. But have they done enough to keep themselves on the grand finals, or would this be their losing game not to proceed into that next goal?
I'm not seeing Flash on that kill feed, so I think they might be able to do it. They just gotta keep holding out. If they can get another positional points, that'd be great. But now BTR Ezreal dealing with Luffy, no problem. This was a battle that was bound to happen, and Expand looked to be the first ones to make it. Unfortunately, with Dix already with the Dimitri as his secondary active card that he picked up on the map, they just tank through the damage. Now the second most important fight is Heavy fighting against Flash. Whoever wins this will take control of the Western Island, and the nade from Allen is good to secure one. Now they have to take space up onto the field. The garage is wide open. They could take the field side, but no. Flash want to play around this compound. Heavy don't need to do much, knowing that they have that man advantage, or more importantly so, that they don't want to afford another person bowing out this early, because there's nowhere else to revive them, and nobody wants to utilize a pocket mark for just one guy. But BTR, they hear the gunshots. Flash are trying to back off, and I don't know if Heavy notices why they're backing off, but now the shots are starting to come through from BTR's side. Allen walks out bold and brave, gets shot in the back, recognizes that, they close off the angle, and now are spilling in, flooding through the building. BTR need to be slowed down, but this is the same position Heavy was caught out by BTR the last time. Don't cry this time, adjust it well with the glue wall, and the chrono drops it down to cut off line of sight. BTR, now they don't have the tempo. They need to back off. They missed their opportunity for the third. Don't cry saves the day.
Yeah, don't cry, and the rest of Heavy managed to sustain in that fight, and it's a good decision as well for them to pull away, because Team Flash had a great idea of funneling them in, but the moment that they got stuck in that compound, it's just a window and door that they need to deal with, and there's no way out. But speaking of no way out, Eva's Vine has no way out indeed, and they will be pushed down to 6th place because the scores only one remain, but WAG would be dealing with RRQ, but going into Todak right now with only one player. Quick revive can be done, but they need to deal with BTR. A 6th elimination from Todak. RRQ is out on the other side. WAG being taken out by Magna Esports. This is what we love to see from the early parts, but Todak Traps decided to pull away. Monster Truck, a little bit of armor, but he will be taken out by Koja with an AWM. BTR, Evos, and Magna Esports. BTR knows that they are secured. Magna Esports is still aiming, but I'm loving the storyline from this team that has done so much and ended up in the final circle.
And now it's time for these teams to get aggressive against each other. A 4v3 scenario. BTR needs to play tight as tight as possible. Oh, two go down with one shot coming in from Olive, and they finally get the booyah that they've been looking for. They may not have qualified for the grand finals, but this is a learning experience for this new squadron here. Well done to Magna. Finally, they get a booyah right at the end of the day.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the story still remains for those who are on the last blip. They just pop up towards the end, and hopefully this story would continue on until next season. We've seen great potential. Even from yesterday, Magna Esports put themselves in the top 6, but now I think their journey is over for FFWS Southeast Asia Fall. But I love the showing that this team has offered in this game, in this season, and Magna Esports, a new introductory into the Southeast Asian region. FFWS has shown greatness in the latter game.
Man. Oh man, that eastern side at the very end. Oh, Flash, it could have been them. It could have been them, BTR. They done so well. Like really, that was a very tough scenario to watch because every team who needed those points were literally colliding with each other. If RNG could have played it a little bit differently, the spread might have looked a little bit more even between the eastern and western side of that ring of Grab Labs and Plazaria. But man, just well played all across the board, right? GOW, they managed to secure their spot at the bare minimum. Flash bowing out at literally the wrong time. If Heavy lost that fight, I think Flash probably would have had a chance to contest for top 6.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's only 2 points earlier from the beginning of that game for Team Flash to get into the top 6. It's just unfortunate that it's the pressure as well as the decision, plus the addition of BTR just trying to chase against WAG that just got into them and made them like lose out in making the right decision. But as we look at the highlight right now, this is where we see all those engagement that has led to this. Now, the only question that I have in mind right now is Evo's Divine. I know that they've done so well to survive a little bit longer, even take the 3rd place from that game. But have they done enough to really keep themselves on the top 6? Is this part of the plan? Is this part of the plan to show that they're not that good after getting EWC champion? Or is it just something that is off right now for Evo's Divine? Before we go anywhere else in terms of topic, let's congratulate Magna Esports right now. Their MVP June, formation 23, 38 on damage and 6 knockdown, wearing that Oscar, as well as a Joseph Ford and a Shani, together with that Arvan as a pet.
Yeah, I think, overall, at least some of our legacy players here in Malaysia are still showing up every once in a while to secure that booyah and also guide in and usher in the next generation of Malaysian esports Free Fire athletes to the game. Because so far, I think that at least for Magna's side, it's not too bad. At least you could see that they were walking in with confidence. They weren't hesitating as much as we saw during, in comparison to like the regular season, to get a feel for things. They feel a lot more comfortable this time round, which makes me excited to see them the following year, whether or not that this roster is worth keeping together.
Yeah, well, I'm really excited to see more of Magna Esports if they will be part of of the next. But hopefully with this showing coming from Magna Esports, we'll see more of them. I love how they evolved from being new to, as a team, new to FFWS Southeast Asia, because I couldn't say individually, because like even the Axel, GetBoo, there's a lot of history in terms of Free Fire pro scene that they have gone into already. But as we look at the team stats right now, well, it is the work of June and Alif that really made it work for them. 1 point, 1 elimination for GetBoo, and fortunately, the Axel didn't get any. As we look into their active skill, surprisingly, GetBoo, this is the first time I believe that I've seen a Zane being used in Battle Royale. Most of the presence, most of the appearance is in Clash Squad, but I guess if it works, it works.
They gave up on the Bombardier role. They're not even running Beastion, just extra information, more firepower when it comes down to rushing your enemies as a squadron. And I think that kind of works for MEC, for Magna Esports' overall playstyle. They've got some shooters. The question is that it's always first contact, which they struggle with. Once they've got a good lay of the land is when they start to push through. But in terms of points, 21 total points, BTR with 18, Todak with 13, Evos with also 13 as well. Very important points to get them, and WAG with 12. So we go to our overall standing, and there you have it. How close was it?
Oh yeah, I mean, it was very close from the beginning of that match. It's just a placement priority as well as survivability that has been done by Evo's Divine in that game. I did mention they were 3rd in that match, and in terms of elimination, it's not so much, only 5. So a total of 13 is enough to keep them afloat. But for Team Flash, if they had done a few elimination, probably survive a little bit longer, that would be the end. That could have been the end for Evos, and 4 teams from Vietnam would be pushing through. But still, they have 3 teams in representation. They have another 3 teams coming from Indonesia. It's just unfortunate that I was expecting either Todak or Magna Esports. Well, there's a little hope for Expand, but it died down from the first 2 match for them to qualify. But, well, great showing for all the teams right now. Well, it is what it is, Gideon. We are ending this day, and we have seen the final 16 that will be joining us in the grand finals.
Such a ridiculous day, so much action, so very, very close. Our predictions were we got 1 out of the 3, we got 1 out of the 3, and our other predictions were very, very close, even for Flash, right? I mean, I wish they could do a little bit more. VP just under them as well, so we were on the right track. But at the end of this day, I mean, we look at today's standings and it's clear BTR was performing very, very well. They took that momentum from yesterday and they applied it here today. All Vietnamese teams doing somehow a good spread from 60 to 70 points.
I guess for your prediction, you have BTR and Team Flash for today standing. It's just unfortunate that it's not enough to get them into the grand finals. I'm hoping that Sodak would show up because of the motivation that Magna Esports has shown yesterday. But let's get over to the best predator. It is Koja right now. 24 elimination, 14,502 on the damage. And another highlight that Koja has done, it was from yesterday in Alpine. I remember it's quite fresh. RGS gameplay to clutch it against 3 or 4 players of a different team, and that makes them a bigger threat. They are the team of the day right now, and they will be qualifying on the grand finals after coming from the bottom of the list.
Woof! Oh, especially with the with how this year is going on, it would have been really strange to not see BTR be part of the list. It's good to see that they're making it through alongside their brethren. But man, well deserved. This is the team of the day that they should be definitely should be proud of. But hopefully they can maintain this progress as they move into the grand finals, because that's where it's going to matter the most.
Yeah, definitely. And we're going to go for an interview, and I believe it would be going into Bigatron Esports. I mean, they have a Booyah as well as showed up being the team of the day. From yesterday's final match up until today, this is the momentum as well as the motivation that we want to see from the team. And I want to hear, I'm not quite sure if it's a player or probably the coach on what they've done. I think I'm putting so much emphasis on Chris Jaw right now. I think I want to hear from Chris Jaw on what would be the motivation that he brought in for the team. So let's see who will be it, but I'm sure enough it's Conchita Caroline who will be joining them. So let's go to Indonesia right now and meet up with Bigatron by Vitality.
All right, survivors, welcome to Indonesia's interview session, and I'm here with Bigatron by Vitality and their coach, Coach Chris Joe. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Obviously, today has been a pretty tough ride. You guys fought really, really hard. It was such a roller coaster ride. I mean, comparing to your performances yesterday, today was a big step up. How do you think about today's matches, Coach Chris Joe?
Okay, so it's really been a rough week and hard week for us, because we have struggled in the first day of the yesterday, but we step up of the game today, and we really happy for that. And this is my players, an example for the winner's mentality.
Jadi aku tadi sempat bertanya gimana nih melihat perjalanan roller coaster dari BTR, apalagi kalau kita lihat dari Day One kemarin, hari ini sampai akhirnya mereka bisa mengumpulkan poin dan finish di urutan kedua, mengamankan tiket ke Grand Final. Tentunya bukan sebuah perjalanan yang mudah. Mereka harus bertarung dengan ekstra keras hari ini, dan terbukti kata Coach Chris Joe, inilah dia para punggawa yang dimiliki oleh Bigatron by Vitality yang harapannya bisa membuktikan bahwa ini adalah contoh dari mental-mental juara. Apapun itu rintangan yang mereka hadapi, mereka siap untuk lewati, dan inilah yang berhasil dilakukan oleh Bigatron, karena sekarang mereka sudah bisa tersenyum lega, ada waktu istirahat karena bentar lagi udah mau berangkat lagi nih ke Thailand. Second question, seeing how hard today was and how dominating Vietnam teams were when it comes to the Indonesian team, were you, is there any words of encouragement that you try to give to the players before the 3rd, 4th, 5th and the 6th game?
Okay, so before our day started, we actually preparing for the reading the rotation of the Vietnam teams. We together watch the replays for the yesterday match day, and I think my players are proceed the reading in very well, because we success to read Vietnam teams and we have success to cut the other teams rotation.
Jadi ternyata salah satu tipsnya adalah mereka nih sudah sangat mempelajari bagaimana rotasi dari tim-tim Vietnam. Karena tadi aku sempat nanya juga nih, gimana melihat dominasi dari tim Vietnam, khususnya memasuki game ketiga dan seterusnya. Karena ini tentunya adalah pertaruhan yang besar ya bagi Bigatron dan juga tim-tim Indonesia. Ternyata yang sudah disampaikan bahkan sebelum matchday ini dimulai dari Coach Chris Joe kepada para players adalah baca rotasi dari lawan, khususnya tim-tim Vietnam, dan itulah yang berhasil mereka lakukan sampai akhirnya berhasil menguasai klasemen sementara. Sekarang aku mau nanya player nih. Let's move on to the players, because of course we all know that Koja has been crowned the best Predator of the day. How does it feel to win that title, Koja? Gimana rasanya dapetin titel best Predator hari ini di tengah gempuran dari tim Vietnam?
Rasanya alhamdulillah banget ya bisa Predator kan. Terus alhamdulillah lagi udah lolos ke Thailand.
Ada yang mau dilakukan nggak sebelum nanti berangkat ke Thailand? Mungkin ada ritual-ritual khusus supaya nanti bisa lebih fokus lagi?
Ya palingan nanti makan-makan alugeneci minta sama Koed. Udah itu aja. Terus gue mau ngucapin juga terima kasih buat orang tua gue yang support gue, terus keluarga-keluarga gue, terus mbak gue, teman-teman juga, Bigetroners. Bigetroopers. Ya nggak pernah. Terima kasih banyak yang udah dukung kita. Terus buat pacar gue juga terima kasih.
Oke, pacarnya namanya siapa, nggak mau disebut sekalian? Aziza, makasih Aziza. Okay, so I asked him how does it feel to be the Predator of the day. Of course, he's very grateful. He's super excited. Can't wait to go to Thailand. But before that, he wants to go and eat with all the team to celebrate their success, and of course to prepare the mental before they're going to Thailand in 2 weeks. And also, he is thanking each and every single one of his family members, as well as loved ones and the fans, Bigetroopers. Thank you so much for your constant support. They wouldn't be here if it weren't for you guys. So one more time, a round of applause for Bigetron by Vitality. Congratulations, you guys. I'll see you guys in Thailand. Good luck on the grand final. And now we're gonna go back to the casters. Take it away, caster.
Thank you so much. Beautiful interview done with the entirety of the team of Bigetron by Vitality. And I'm glad this interview has given us the perspective of like, it's not just motivation, it's the mentality change of things. We've seen a lot of esports organizations start investing in mental coaches as well. It's great that if your coach can actually help with that mentality, it puts them into the mindset of champions because they came in prepared. We heard it from the coach itself. They were studying Vietnamese rotations because that was their biggest problem yesterday because they kept on getting intercepted.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the huge amount of teams that is part of the knockout stage, or this final stage of the knockout stage as well. And I guess it's a good plan as well to study the rotation of the Vietnamese team, because when we started off yesterday, there's a lot of pressure being brought in by Vietnamese, and we've seen it in the leaderboard. Almost everyone from that region has got into the top 6. So it's a good decision coming from Chris, Joy, and also the mentality from the team as well. I keep repeating myself that Bigetron has shown up plenty of times, and they are still showing up. So I love to see the evolution of the entirety of the team together with the staff as well.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's great to see their evolution. It's great to see them continue to mature, but I don't think that their journey is done just yet. There's still the grand finals that they have to be concerned about, where people are not only going to fight back and show resistance, but they are going to be extra sharp getting into these games, because if there's one thing we know about Indonesian teams is when they have momentum, it is really hard to stop them. Now, looking at our top 12 teams participating for the grand finals, we have Twisted Minds, Falcons, AGAL, All Gamers Global, BRU, Buriram Esports, Onyx Olympus, PE, RRQ, BTR by Vitality, WAG, Heavy, God of Wolf, and EVOS Divine. Moving on to our grand finals.
I know it's not in proper order in terms of flag, but I'm seeing 4 teams coming from 3 different regions right now, and that is something else. It shows the balance of how the teams are showing up in this season, or let's be specific, in this year, because this year was a rise of a lot of regions, a lot of teams. One is Vietnam, and then Indonesia as well, from how they did it in the spring as well as an EWC. But that is it. Well, this is the end of the day as well as the end of the knockout stage. I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, together with Gideon Q, and we thank everyone joining us. See you on the grand finals.